Hello, welcome to our final episode. So in this episode, we finalized everything that was remaining, and I just want to show you the demo of what we managed to build. So I'm just going to start with signing in here, and I will just choose a new account without any invoices so that I can just create some invoices with you. Okay. So this routes you to the dashboard, and it shows you right now the total invoices that you have. We haven't created any invoices, and we have no any clients, right? So just going to start by going to invoices and start creating some invoices. Now we made some changes. Every person, you get 2 invoices. You get 2 free invoices per day. That's why you see here you have used 0 out of invoices today, and we can now start creating the invoices. So I just go ahead and click on add new, and it will take me to this where I can create my invoice. Okay, so I'm just going, for purposes of this demo, I will just remove this, and I will just change this one to web development, maybe website development, and you can just go ahead and customize, but I will leave everything the way it is. I will just go here and save. So you can see we just created using the default settings. So you see you have 1 out of 2 remaining. You have used 1. Now you can just go, of course, and view this. Okay. And you see that you can look at the invoice, and you can print the invoice. As you can see here, you can just go ahead and download. I'm just going to save it as my new invoice, and you can just go ahead and open this, and you can see it looks really nice. And let's go back. Okay, I'm just going to go back here. You can send via email, so let's just send this via email. I'm just going to type in an email that I'm logged in here. Let me just first open my Gmail here. Just like Gmail here. Just open Gmail. I will just go ahead and delete this existing one so that we see the new ones that will come in. So I will just go ahead and open back the application, and let's type in this is hub.info@gmail.com. So you can just send it to your client by typing in the email just like this. Just going to say yes, and you can see sending, and invoice was sent successfully. Now if I check here, you can see here I have the invoice, and this looks really amazing. Okay, the invoice looks good. Okay, now one thing that we can now customize before we go any further is that going back to this, you can update a couple of things. One, you can just go back to the brand settings. So when you create the defaults that you use when you're creating the invoice, they will automatically create for you a brand. So in this brand, you can update, for instance, color. So let's go ahead and get a nice color here. I'm just going to use like this green here. So go back to the settings and let's update this to green. And let's then you can also just update any of this one. Thank you for your business. Or you can just say, I love making business with you. Okay, you can also just go ahead and change all these you'd want to change. So let me just go ahead and update brand. Okay, so the brand has been updated. You can just go back here and you can create my last invoice. Okay. Let me just go ahead and create the new invoice. Create new. So now if I just go back here, you see here I love making business with you. The changes that we made. Now, if I just go ahead and create this invoice, okay, and you can see that for this case, we pick the last client that you created. Let's create the second client. I'm just going to say this one, Hassan Abdul, and then you can just change this one to Coca-Cola. You can just leave the phone number and let's say here Kampala. And then you can see the invoice is auto-generated, and this invoice date and due date, they give you 1 month. So you can set is 1 month from the invoice date. You can also change whoever prepared this. By default, we pick your name. And then let's today add another one, 2, and this is going to be logo design at maybe $50. I'm just going to delete this and I'm just going to leave everything the way it is. You can of course update these things here. Okay, you can just say I have updated. So like contact info for more info, please reach out on, and then you can just put a phone number here and let's save. Okay, invoice created successfully. Okay, okay, so you can see first of all that the usage you have reached out of the today's limit, or you have used all your invoices, and we have the invoices here. Let's go back and we view this, and you can see now we're using the green color theme. Okay, so if you download this, it is using the green color theme, as you can see here nicely. And even if you send an email, this time let's send it to this .com, and you can just go ahead and send this, sending. Okay, so this has been sent. So let me just check my email here. I'm not sure, did I send? Okay, so it is here. Okay, as you can see it here. I configured this. I think something is not right for this button here. Okay, but the customer can view the invoice The customer has a view where they can print out the invoice. I'm just going to get the invoice ID. Okay, let me just first go back to the app. So if you just come back here, you have this. You have this ID here. So if you just go on slash, so the customer, if he clicks the button, this button in the email, if he clicks this view and print invoice, it should take them to this. It should take them to this place whereby they can also download the invoice. Maybe we should just like limit sending, I don't know, but they can also send it to another email. I don't know if that is good or not, but they cannot edit, but they can print, download, and send via email. Another thing is now, if you just go back to the app, let me just go back to the dashboard. So you have some other things you can do. You can update the status. For instance, when the client pays for this invoice, you can mark this paid. Okay, so the client has paid for this, and now you can see updated. If you go back to the invoices, you see that you have one paid invoice, and you can see this one is paid. Now for the edit and delete, they are not yet supported right now. You can see the editing and the delete. Then another thing that if you go back to the billing here now, okay, you can change the plan either from here or from here. Now let's first go back to the invoices actually. So if you try to create an invoice right now, when you have reached the limit, if I try to create this, you can see it will tell me to upgrade. Okay, it will tell me to upgrade. Here, and then you can just click on upgrade. This will take you to the pricing, and then on the pricing you can just go ahead and upgrade. So let's go ahead and upgrade, put in the card. Okay. They just put in the card. I'm just going to go ahead and pay. And you can just see after paying, you have this. And let's go ahead and go back to the invoices. And now when you go back to the invoices, you can see that usage status is unlimited. You have unlimited usage, and the other banner goes, and you can now again create now unlimited invoices. Okay, so that's the application. You also before we finish, that from these clients, as you are creating, we are extracting information from the invoices and create for you clients. So the good thing is, for instance, you want to create from this client, like the code labs. If you just go back to the new here and you click on new, we'll always pick up the last client. So you can see we pick up the last client. But if you just go and create from the invoices, and maybe you want to create another one for code labs, you can just click on view. And then on the client page, you can look at the list of invoices. And then you can create a new invoice for this client. And you'll see that now here we have this populated. The bill to is populated from for this client. That's the nice thing for creating this. So now I can just simply create now, remove all these, and I say maintenance, monthly maintenance, maybe $250, and then I can just go ahead and save. So you can select this. Creating of this is really a breeze. We make sure that the process is as smooth as possible. So you can see now we have the client code labs again. Now if you just go to see the clients, you see you have only 2 clients. And if you just go to this code labs, you see that they have 2 invoices now. Okay, they have 2 invoices. This is in a draft. Of course, you can just go ahead and view the invoice. So on this, you can just go to the invoice page, and you can see it continues with the same theme. So then you can update, mark it paid, or you can just say overdue, or you can just go ahead and send this via an email. And if you just go back to the dashboard, you have your total invoices, total revenue, paid, and the unpaid. Then you have the profile settings. You can customize the profile. Okay, and that's it. That's the app that we have built. It's open for changes. If you want to customize it more, I'm ready and I'm here. But otherwise, this is ready for using at production level. Thank you so much. Let's dive in. Hello, welcome to today's video. So today is going to be the second episode and the last episode of our Invoice Pro application. So in our previous episode, this was episode 1, where we introduced the full stack invoice generator. So there was some parts we didn't complete. If you watched this full video, you will notice that there are some parts we didn't finish off. And in today's video, our aim is going to be on trying to finish up this episode and finish up this application so that it can start operating. So I'm just going to go and resume from where we stopped, and we see. So right now, currently I'm logged in as an admin. Okay, I'm logged in as an admin. That's why I have these extra links that you might be not seeing. So of course, if you want to give an admin, like to see the admin, you can just run the studio, like npx Prisma studio. So this one will give you access to all the models, including the users model, where you can just go ahead and change the user's role. So you said this one will give you access to all the existing users in the system, and you can just go and look for one you are logged in with and change the role to admin to be able to see all the admin links. So if I just click here and then I click on users, you can see I have different users already who are into the application. Okay, so there are different users. You can just go ahead and see, like, this is the one I'm logged in with, and you can see I have the role of the admin. So that is good. I'm just going to go back to our application. I'm just going to make some few plans, but I'm just going to first remove these other ones, the pricing plan and the subscription links. We don't need them. So I'm just going to first go to the protected routes. So you can just say protected routes. And let me first close actually all other. And I will just go to protected routes. And if you just look at them, we have some like the subscriptions. We have also the pricing plans. So I just want to remove these ones. We have all the users, we have invoices, client, and the billing. We just we added this link for brand settings. We just work on that in a second. But what I want to start with in today's episode, I just want to start with the adding the logo uploader for logo on the invoice. Okay. So what are you just going to work on today in today's episode? I just want to first logo upload. We just now work on, so we have logo upload. Then I will just have the brand settings to add the brand color and to be able to update all the other brand settings. We just work on invoice editing and update. Then we'll work on the templates. I think in between here we can just like work on sending the invoice via mail. This one will make us create invoice customer view. To download the invoice. Okay, work on templates, and I guess at that point we'll be sealing it off, because then also then will increase the daily invoice limits. Like each day you have, so per month you have 30 invoices per month. So here we give you 1 invoice per day. Okay. What else do we need to do? I think at that point would be done. Most of the things will be really done. I don't know if we have the dashboard page yet. Let me first go. Okay, so we have also to work on the dashboard page. At point will be really, I guess, tired. But let me just work on the dashboard page. Okay, so let's start with the logo upload. So the logo upload is, when you go to invoices. Okay, let's add a new invoice. Actually, we will also have just like somewhere on the invoice editing and update, we just have like on the invoice, in the invoice detail, we need to add status update, whereby you can update, like mark it complete, something like that, like mark it paid or something like that. Okay, so you can see here we have this. Okay, we have these details. So while we have this logo URL, I just want to change this to logo upload. So I will just first go and look for that. So if you just go to the dashboard, we have the clients, and then we have invoices, and in the invoices we have new, and in the new we have the page, and this is where we have the invoice form, like so. So you can see we have these in parts. We have invoice PDF. So you can see we have this invoice PDF, and then we have the styles. Then we have send email pop-up. We just use this actually at some point. And then we have the, how many invoice forms do we have? Okay, we have user invoice form, and then we have invoice preview. Okay, and then we have the initial data. Okay, so we have the initial data, then we have the invoice preview, we have the invoice form, send mail styles, and the PDF. So we have these different parts. I guess the one we are interested in is going to be this invoice form. Okay, so if you just look at this, this is the one which is having some of the things. So let me just go down here. This is where you can be able to customize some things. Okay, so you can see we have this form, we have this word edit invoice. This is where we have this text edit invoice. So at this point we can even just say close, like if you just want to go back to the invoices, so we can just like just do this. Just going to add this in flex dot items center dot justify between, justify between, and then here I'm just going to add a close button. So here you can just add a button. In fact, just going to make it a link. Just like this. Just going to say close and go and back invoices. Yes, maybe we just name it close. I don't know if we just need to add all these. Just add this href, and then it's going to have dashboard / invoices. Okay. Make sure this one comes from next link. So you can just give it a class name. You can also give it, I normally see people using the button variants on the class name. I'm not sure, I've never used it actually, but you can, so that they also export the button variants, just function like this, which gives it, I think, classes for the stuff. So you can see we have this. So it gets all the stuff. I'm just going to give it to be 1. So it means you can give it like variant. So you cannot customize even when you have like this. Okay. Can you pass in some things here? Okay, so for instance, you can pass in the variants, size, and so on. So if I just do this. Okay, can you pass in the options? Oh, so you can pass in options after like this, and then you say, for instance, variant. So you just say, for instance, outline. So, okay. And then you can also say size. And then you say SM. Okay. So let's see. Yeah. Close. And back to invoices. You can just see this size. Maybe let me just leave the size and see. Okay. That doesn't look really bad. So just go to this logo. So when you look at, we have the company info. So it has this field set, which I really like. Bid section, then we have the invoice details, item section, tax, and then we have the footer. Then we have the submit button. Okay, so nice things is that we can just do company info. So under the company info, if you look at it, we have like company name. Okay. I have company name, company address, company, and then company email, and then logo is where we have it here. So first of all, I'm just going to go to where we have image input. So you're going to see here, we have this image input somewhere. Just duplicate this. I'm just going to duplicate this, and I will rename this to logo uploader. Logo, just say logo uploader.tsx, and then even inside I will name this to logo uploader. Okay, so it's going to remain with everything. So the only thing I'm just going to change some few things. First, I will just leave these ones, but I will change, instead of using a card, I will just use the normal divs. So I'm just going to remove this, and I might just remove, I will just remove this title. So let me just remove this card header. I'm just going to literally just remain with this only. And let me just go ahead and remove this here. And let me also remove the title here because it doesn't serve us now. For this, I'm just going to add logo. Okay, nice. So if we just use this logo uploader, so if we just go back to the user form here, while they have an input, and I'm just going to replace this with a logo uploader, just like this. It has some things you need to pass in. Basically, here you need to pass in the image. So for instance, you need to pass in the image URL. Then you have set image URL. You set pass in the endpoint. So these are some of the things you have to. We said we don't want the title, so you also remove it in these props. We have 3 props only, so like this. Let's do one by one. So the first one is setting up the endpoint. So you can just go to API upload thing core. So this is where we set our endpoints. We don't have a lot of image upload going on really, so you can just go ahead and remove all these endpoints if you want. But I'm just going to leave them. I will simply change this category image to logo image. Okay, I will change this to logo image. So I will leave it like this, and just get this logo image. Go back to this, and let me just give this as the endpoint, just logo image like so. Then for this, let's just go and create some state. So in here, I'm just going to create a state up here where we have these values. I'll just say const image URL set image URL is equal to use state, and I'm just going to go here, give it an empty. So this is how we give a default logo. So I'm just going to go ahead and I will add the default, the first link that we will get. Let me just go ahead and console.log image URL. So the first link we'll get will make it a default. So coming back here, you can have set image URL, and here I'm just going to have this to image URL, just like that. Okay, so if you just look at it, it has all this space it is taking. Let's go back to this. Okay, so if you look at it, we have this as our logo. So if I first of all just do this, like I think this space is taken by this image. Let me just first cut it. Okay. So what basically we can do is that if there is image URL, so just going to say if there is image URL, if this is true, then we'll be able to show the image with another thing. Okay, so I'm just going to okay, I'm just going to say that at this point I will just show this. So let me put a div, and in this div I'm just going to add this image, and else I will just show the button just like this. So basically right now, if there is no image, we'll be seeing only one thing. Then I will just change this from grid. I think I should make it something like flex. Let me see. So if, let me first make this bg green 200. Okay, and so if we just make this flex, just like that. Yeah, so we have this. So we have the button just there like that. Oh, basically we could just also just leave both there, like the image. So basically I could just put these two in here. Let me just see if that is like simplify our life. So for the image, you can say that only when the image URL is there, just like this. Doesn't change anything, right? So now let's just upload a logo. So we just add this logo here. I'm not sure if that is okay. So the image seems to be there because you can see it here. So this is our link. I'm just going to copy this. So the image is here. First of all, let me just go here in this and let me go to the image URL. Let me give this as a default for now. The second thing I'm just going to do is I'm just going to let me remove the green. Okay. And then I want the button to be at the beginning, like this. For the logo, I'm just going to reduce its height. I'm just going to say H24. Now, the logo is white. The logo is white, so maybe we make this BG slate 900 just to be able to show the logo nicely, just like that. I'm not sure how this is supposed to really look like. Let me first go and do this. Maybe the whole entire thing. Let me just go here and add this here with the button. Okay, let's just give it some px or 4 rounded log. Now for this, I just want to see items. So you have the items center. I'll just say item start, maybe, for the okay, I'm just going to leave items center. How about end? Okay, I just want this upload and the logo to be the in the same space, just like that. And then here instead of the logo URL, we're just going to say that upload logo. Okay, I'm just going to say upload logo, just like that. So going back to where we have the submit. So here is where we have the handle submit. So you can see we have already like some form data. So if you just look at this, form data comes from this initial state, just like this. So here you can just like simply update one thing. So you can just say form form data dot, and here I'm just going to say logo URL is equal to image URL, just like this. So this will update the logo before we conclude. So if I just go to, if I just exit and I go to the preview mode, you can see that this is not being previewed, but if you just go to the edit mode, the logo is there. So we just need to also this, for this case where we have this, okay, so we have some use effects. So this, if you look at the first one, is for generating the invoice number, generate the custom ID. So we can just look in the our initial data now, you so that the our initial data is equal to initial data, invoice form, invoice data, and then here we have initial data invoice. By default it is this. I just need to see the this side, I think, of the preview. Let me copy this. So the invoice preview is here. So if you just look in the invoice here, preview, it takes in only the invoice data, and if you just go inside, is that we have this invoice data. So initial data is this. So if we change here and we add this as our logo URL, let's cross. Oh, sorry. I'm just going to go to new. Okay, I'm just going to go to the preview mode. Okay, so you can see that now we have the logo. So the only thing you have to make sure that this is aligning really well. So I'm just going to go to where we have as if we don't have the slogan where we can customize this slogan. I'm not sure, do we have need to put the slogan is supposed to come when it is on the invoice. Let's go back, see here. So there is this. I think I'm just going to leave this on the what did I do? Let's refresh. So we have this, we need just to put the slogan because I'm not sure if there is anywhere else we are using the slogan. It should just be part of the logo as such. So I'm just going to go here onto my logo. I think I should just add the slogan. So basically what I can do is I can't just say resize. I'm just going to go here. I just want to resize only this page 2 and then the size. So the current one right now that is there, I'm just going to go here and custom. So this is the one that is currently there. I'm just going to make this to be, I think, like 350 or something. Okay. I'll just make it like this. I will just go ahead and say copy and resize. Okay, so this has enough space. So I can just add the text leveraging technology. Okay, just like this. Okay, and so you can just have something maybe like this. I can get like a line, maybe add it here, purposes of design. And I can also just add it here. Just like this. Okay. Not that. So you can just go ahead now, download this, which has the logo with this leveraging technology, just to avoid complications unnecessarily, really. So I'm just going to go this, make this transparent. Okay, so if you just go now, we have this, which has the logo. So if I just go back, edit, let me just choose another file. So I have this. Okay, yes, like that. Okay. Now, if I just go ahead and try to update this or create this, I'm just going to go and get also this URL. I will use it as a default also. I will use this as a default. So let me just copy this. Okay. So where we have the invoice data here. Just simply copy only this. Okay. So you just need to get a way of getting these initial data and everything. But for now, I'm just going to go back. So we need to, since we have added the image upload, we need to first make sure that this is saving when you create a new company. So I'm just going to create a new company called, maybe this is Hub Technologies. Maybe Pro. Company address is going to be Kampala, Uganda. Phone number, company email, I'm just going to say info at this is Hub. Maybe this is Hub Tech. Just like this. The logo is there. Then we have the client. I'm just going to say search Moses. Company name, brand, rider. This is also maybe in Uganda. Phone number, I'm just going to say just like that. Invoice is already, I think, updated. Then the invoice due date, I'm just going to say just 06. Then the invoice date, it seems is giving us a wrong date. Okay, we just look at that in a second. And then we have the prepared by. I'll just remove all these other ones. Then for the tax, I'm just going to make this 0. Even this 0. So you can just like add 0 really days. Okay, so now one more thing is this invoice date. So this is on the form. So we have the preview. We have the preview and then we have the invoice form. So here where we are having this, where we are initializing, you can see that we have form data, initial data dot invoice is equal to initial data dot this. It's first making the if statement and then it sets this initial data to this. And then set okay. Okay, so we can also just initialize something else if we wanted. Okay, we can also initialize something else like this invoice date. If you just look in the initial data that we currently have, so wherever we are calling this invoice form here, okay, so if you just go to the user invoice here, you will see that somewhere. Let me just first do this. So you can see we have the action buttons, and then we have this invoice form is where we pass in the data that we are currently seeing in this part where we have the initial data. So basically it is taking in this, this is the old invoice data, which is this one here. And you can see the invoice date is this here. I don't know if I just add new date here. So there's this give us it expects the type date. So what can I do to this? I don't know, does this give us an like an error or something? I'm not so sure. Okay, anyways, I'm just going to let me first leave this for now. We're just going to fix this in a second, but let me just make this today. We are in June 9. Okay, so this one makes it to be 0709, just 1 month. Okay, let's go ahead and create this. Okay, so the invoice was created. This the first invoice, and we'll organize this in a second. But if you just go ahead and review this, yeah, so you can see that this logo is showing nicely. So let's just like balance this logo for now. So let's go back to the invoice preview. So on the, remember right now the page we are on is this one, I believe. where we're having the same thing, but we are passing in the initial data right now. So let me just go to the invoice preview. We have the logo here. If it is not there, then they show the company name. I'm just going to say BG Black. So first of all, we have item center here. I'm not sure why the logo, let's give it a height of 16 and we first look at that. Let me refresh. Oh, I change it to 26. I wanted it to be 16. Yeah. I think this looks much better. I feel like there is some margin. Oh, okay, so there is this margin bottom of 2. I don't know what is causing this E, or is not a function. Yeah, so these are perfectly aligned right now. Okay. So I'm just going to go ahead and this is customer ID. I don't know why the customer ID, we don't have it here. We just check that. Then we have the invoice due date and everything. Okay. So let's go back to the edit. So now we have the data that we added. Okay. If you just look here, you can look at, I have the customer ID for some reason, but that customer ID is not able to show on their side on the preview. Let's see. If I just go on this here. Just like this. So this is the current data you can see here. If you look at the custom ID, for some reason actually is not saved. Okay, so we just have to work on the custom ID. It is not saved. Okay, you can see the customer ID was not saved in the first place. So we can just see that. I don't know, the custom ID, we could just say that how I used to generate my custom ID, if for instance is brand rider is supposed to be derived from that. Let me just go and see the customer first. So the problem is not on the preview, it is on the form. So if you just go back to the invoice form, we have the generate invoice and they generate the customer ID. So generate customer ID takes in the company and the contact person. I just don't need to use the this. Let me go to this function now. I'm just going to remove the contact person and I will simplify this. I will just simplify this. I'll just extract the initials. I'll just need to extract the initials of the company name. Okay, the company name instead, I'm just going to do this. So I'll just say get this dot, I will first split this with the space, and whatever I just get, I will just get now an array from this split. And so if I just want, you can just say company prefix at 0 and then company prefix at 1. Okay, so I'm just going to note this. I will just, of course, do another one. Just like this. Okay, so that should just simplify it. Okay. I don't know where this error comes from, but let's just go back here. So it generates the custom ID, and here we are setting the customer ID. If editing, I don't know at the saving why this doesn't actually work. Okay, so now it should just like, let me just refresh. And see this this thing here. Let me see. I'm not sure what the problem is for sure. Okay, it is just here where we have this button of generate. So we don't need this now. Okay. Okay. So I'm just going to say edit. Okay, so for this, we can also, because this gives the first item, so we could just also get the first character only. Okay, this should just like be fixed. Yeah, so you can see it is BR. Okay. So I just want to, before we work on edit, I just don't know why this, let me just first go back to the invoices. Let's create another one. So if you just look at this, from the Code Labs Company Limited, this is the CC, actually. CC, the way you see like this. I don't know why when we come to saving this is not being saved. If I can just console.log, I'm just going to go on a handle submit. Okay. So here where we have the form, I'm just going to go to the handle submit here. So I will comment all these, including this. And let's see console.log. I'm just going to say form data. Okay. So let's just go back here and clear everything. I'm just going to click on save. So if you look at, I'm looking at the custom IDs, actually they are CC. Okay, so custom ID is being sent. Why? For some reason, if we just go and look for the create invoice, in the data we receive here, let me first see. In this data we have, let me just look at the data. Custom ID is there. Okay, let's just try to now create. Let's just try to create something here, just for testing purposes. I'm just going to use fake feeder here now. Okay, generate. Okay. Okay, so if this generates a random one, prepared by, let's say here, JB. I'm just going to remove all these items. I will just say 2 here. I will say 2. I'm just going to say logo design 100. This is 0 0. Okay, this doesn't matter. What I just want to see right now is that this custom ID is maintained for some reason. Okay, just save. Okay, so we cannot save. I don't know, some information. Do we lack some information right now? Company email, company name, phone number, location, the date. We can just put the date today, 09. Okay. Why is save invoice not working? Oh, actually it's concerning the let's just go back and comment this. So we have all these commented, so basically is printing out this. Okay, so let's just go down here and let's save. So we have this invoice created. Let's view this invoice. Oh, it wasn't that. This is not the one that we have just created. I think this one. Yeah. Still, the custom ID was not saved. That is serious. So if you still look at this, custom ID is not there. So the only explanation is on this name. The custom ID that we have and the custom ID that was sent. So let me just go to create. I can see this name is similar here. I want to know the reason why would this not be saved. So custom ID is supposed to be saved under the customer. So we have the invoice date, due date, start date, transaction. So everything is inside here. Create a brand. So if a brand exists, create first or find the client. So we use the company name. So here, if we get the client, if no client, we create a new one. Or actually, so you can see here that we provide for the client ID. So let me just go to the schema. So in the schema, we have the client as always. So the client basically has the client, the custom ID. So we are supposed to have here, I'm just going to call it the custom ID. It's going to be a string. It's going to be a string, and this is not required. Okay. So I'm just going to just say pnpm npx prisma db push and pnpm dev, and I will simply go back to the create and just add it here. So custom ID is going to be data.customer ID, just like that. Okay. That's where the problem was coming from. So we have also to make sure that the fetched data, we have the custom ID. So we have the function to create. Okay, so we have invoice details, get invoice by ID. So this is the one gathers all the information the way we need it. So you can see invoice, find so at the end here is where we go ahead and format, and somewhere we need to have the custom ID. You can see here the custom ID to add it here. So this is going to be invoice okay dot let me see dot client dot customer ID. You can just say this, and you can just give it an something like this. Okay, so we finally have it. That one is done now. I just feel like we have stayed so much on this, but we finished this. Now let's just go and work on that. The brand colors, now that we have fixed that. So the brand colors, you can see we have already like black. Okay. I will also add something small. Let me just first go back to invoices. For some reason here is supposed to add a button to go back to invoices, but let me first go back to invoices here. Oh, we refreshed the page, so this is going to take some few seconds. So we just add one thing to the brand. If you just go back to the schema and you look at the brand, So I will just add here another thing, which is going to be the brand color. Okay, brand color is going to be a string, just like this. Okay, in fact, we're just going to give it at default. Okay, I'm just going to give it at default. So the default I'm just going to give it is going to be black. Okay, I'll give it black. So black is hash 123. This is the hex for this, like so. Let me just also create make it string not required, because okay, so I'm just going to repeat the same process here, pushing. Basically we just want to push this the brand color. Okay, now what I just need is to go ahead and first work on the brand settings. So I will use profile setting page to edit for this brand setting. So I will just go to the profile. User profile form. So we have this user profile form basically. And if you just look at it, this is under dashboard settings. We have brand. Now we have profile. Okay. And then creates this and sends it to this one. So I'm just going to copy these pages and I will take them to just going to open cloud here. Then say I have a page which is I have a profile page. So I'm just going to give this two things, this, and I will also give this profile form just like this. Okay, so basically we are giving it all the user profile information. So if you just go back to the schema like this, we just want to give it like this, and you can see that the brand has a one-to-one relationship with the user. If you just go in the user, you will see that we have the brand like so. So we can just get the user. So I'm just going to give it these two models, this. So I'm just going to say that I want to modify the page to create a new page for brand settings, which will be able to edit brand settings. Okay, now I'm just going to say that we'll give you the schema. So I'll just give you the schema for the brand and user, just like this. So from here, let's get the brand. Okay, I just get the brand. So I want you to create the following. One is going to be the brand. You're just going to create the serve action. Serve action that gets brand details by user ID, and then create a brand settings page, which fetches the data. Okay, which fetches the data, and the which uses using the server action and pass that data into a brand settings form, which will be used to update the brand. So here is going to create server action that gets by user ID, and also another one that updates the brand by ID. Okay. Then I'm not sure if we're using, if we just go back to the pages, if you just go back to invoices settings profile page, I can just go in so that also create the suspense loaders for both brand and profile pages. Okay, let's just give it this information, and quick enough, we just need to get something. So I would first create the serve action. So here we don't have for brand, so I'll just create here brand TS, and the first two things you need to add, they are going to be use server and the DB. So I'm just going to copy these and add this here. So we might also need to get this, I'm not sure. Your invoice not found, and let me for now just leave only these. Okay, so brand serve actions, let's just copy these two and let's paste them here. So as you can see, the DB and revalidate path, that one is okay. Then we have the get brand by user ID, passing the user ID if there is no user ID, and then we get the brand, get brand, and then you pass the user ID. You get the data as brand. Then update, it has brand, and then it has the update, which has the logo, slogan, address, and then the brand color, right? For the brand color, I want to just have a preset of the colors that someone can maybe choose, but I just like leave it to see that what is going to create just in a second. But so far these are good. Validate the email, and then after that object dot reduce clean data, and then updated brand, revalidate path settings brand, and this. Okay, then create a new brand for a user. I don't think we need this. This one was passing in the partial data. We already have this happening. We don't need that. So it didn't finish the form, I believe. So let me just get the brand setting form component. So brand form, copy this. I just want to see the name of the component. Brand settings form. I'm just going to go where we have the user profile form. I'm just going to add the brand settings form .tsx. Okay, so we might just need some server actions. I'm very sure we have the update, create, and this from brand. Add actions brand, and that's it. We just look at this. So just like look at the pages. So we have the page. Okay, so if we just go back to settings brand page, just add this. Okay, so for the loading, I'm just going to go and first get this from brand. Now we just need a loader, this one, brand setting loader, so which I'm very sure is going to be here. I can just like simply just add it here, brand setting loader. So this is a brand settings loading .tsx, just like this. Okay, so if you just go back, this I'm just going to simply call this. Okay, then we have another one for profile. Copy this. So under profile, we just have profile settings loading .tsx. Then you have to update the page. Okay, so just copy this. Let's go back to the profile page, and this is it. So the only thing we just need to change is get this here. Okay, so I'm just interested to see about the brand. So let's look at the profile. This must be loading. You can see compiling. Okay, so this is the profile. Nothing changed. Really, you can just go ahead and update your profile. We have this working. Now let's go and look at the brand. Okay, so brand setting, you try just to keep the same structure like the other one. Okay. Design templates. So you can look here, you can just select on these. Okay. You can also update the tags and all this information from here. So according to the existing information, let's first update this, the logo thing. I'm just going to go to the brand page and let's go here, brand settings. Now we have the image input, so I'm just going to say here image. So here the endpoint, the brand logo, we can just go ahead and add this in the course. And while we have this, in fact, we can just even just like copy this very one. Let me just go back. You can just like copy this logo image endpoint. Let's refresh now. Okay, so the logo is there, but I'm very sure because of the color, you cannot see it, right? We can wrap this in dot let's just say bg black and just add this image input. Okay. Instead I'm just going to call the logo uploader component instead. Just remove this. We should be good. So here we can just like add a label for just like update logo. Yeah. We don't need now this bg black. Okay. Nice. Brand logo, update your company logo. So that means even this update thing is not required. Okay. Nice. Okay, so there is brand preview. I don't think the brand preview is necessary. So down here is where we have the preview. So I'm just going to say remove this. Then we have, oh wait, logo appears on invoices and documents. So let me just remove this preview. I'm just going to remove the preview, just like that. Then we have slogan, tagline. Actually, we had a tagline in the schema. Look at this. Yeah, actually, we have the slogan. Anyways, I'm just going to just leave it like that for now. We don't need to, we can just even leave the slogan. Or we can just even leave it if someone puts it well and good. But since we're not using it anywhere, I'm just going to look for slogan. First, remove it from here. Then remove it from default values. Then let's remove it from here. Okay. If you want to add it, you can, but I'm just not going to add it. Okay, so we have the colors. This gives you the color palette. What I wish is, oh, the good thing, you can just like paste in, can you just like, yeah, you can just like paste in your color here, and then you go ahead and update. Okay. Nice. Now, what I just need is this is going to be, I think, like updating the brand is going to be a premium feature. But let's just leave it just like that for now. Let's see if we can just update this anyways. So I'm just going to say this is hub. Okay, I'm just going to say this is hub, and then this is hub. The info, then the business phone number. I'm just going to say here 0762, and you can put slash 0756. I'm just going to add this. Okay, so can I just like first update that? Update. Okay, updated. So let's just try to refresh. Yeah, so the information was saved. Nice. If we just go to back to the invoices, so this page is done. We have added our brand colors. Now I'm just going to come this side where we have the invoice, editing, and update. So let's first go back. Invoices. And let's create a new invoice. So if we have this is hub, the company address is going to say Kampala, Uganda. I will just upload the logo, this one. The phone numbers are good. Okay. So I'll just leave everything the way it is. I'm just going to remove this. And this is going to be website development. Okay, remove this. Let's also say tax is going to be maybe 5%. 5. Then sales tax. I don't know why we are getting the 0 here. I think I just need to know how we are calculating this, because if the tax, so you just like put something here, it calculates the actual amount, which becomes the sales tax. Okay, so let's just like leave it like this. So if I save this invoice right now, okay, I'm just going to go ahead and save this. This creates a new invoice, but if I just go back to the profile in the brand settings, so you can see that the information we saved last, it actually became this became like something we can use. It updated the user brand settings. Okay, so these are the actual settings. So on the create, we need to make sure that we actually use this very information that you have saved. And maybe that one is going to be something I'm going to customize for either. So let's just make sure we use these things, including the brand color. So what I just want to do is, let me just go to Tailwind, see some colors. So I will just check this Tailwind 3.7, 3.4 website. We search for customizing colors. I just want to get color. So for instance, so instead of using typical black, I will use this this slate. There is 900, and then there is also this 950. So you can just like choose to use the 950 one. Let's go back to the page. Let's update this just like that, and just go and update. So whichever information you have just like updated here is what I just want to use when I'm creating my new invoices. So if I just go back to create new, I just want on this page to use the those user settings. So basically I will need to do this. So if you just look at the brand page, you will see we have this brand profile is equal to this information. So I need to pass this information on the new page. And if you look at how we are getting this is by getting the logged in user, and we use it to get these results. So I'm just going to get this this here, copy this, and let's go to the invoices new. Invoices new page here. So here I just need to pass in some things. First, let's get the logged in user. It's going to be const const user is equal to await get auth user, just like this. Make this async. Okay, and then let's get the get brand, and now we can pass in this user. dot id, and we can just say by default just going to give this. Then if there is brand dot error, then so you have this brand profile, right? So just need to send this brand profile, which is this. Just get all this and let's send them to the user invoice as brand profile. Now I'm just going to quickly first go back to the brand page, go to this form like this. Just want to see this current brand. Okay, you called it current brand. I just want to see brand profile. Okay, so we already have this brand profile. So if I just go back to the page, just going to pass it as current brand. So go to this, and I'm just going to now pass in this current, what did we call this? Current brand. Just going to add it here, current brand, and then current brand, which has brand profile, just like this. Okay, brand profile, which is like this. So how do we use our brand profile? So if you just look at this, it's supposed to be owner, I guess. So it can just like give an undefined. Let's see the errors we have here. Type undefined is not assignable type brand profile. So you can see it can also be undefined. So we can just go here, and either we can just also make it just like this. Okay, that sometimes it can be there, or we can just say brand or undefined, just like this. Okay, now actually since I just like make it undefined, instead just like that it is not required. So what I just want is, where are we going to use this current brand? We have the invoice data here. Okay, so if you look at the invoice data, just going to look at the invoice data is equal to initial data, just like this. So I'm just going to go and look into the initial data. So we want to look at the information that it replaces. It's supposed to replace all this information, the payment info, and all those details. So how are we going to make sure we do that? So inside here, I'm just going to say that const, I think I'm just going to call it const default data, just like this. Default data, I'm just going to say that we can just create an object and we can pass in anything to do with initial invoice data, wherever this is coming from. So you can see this one. I'm just going to say that this, I will pass it in here like this. So when you do this, means you have added all these inputs. Now, what I just also want to know is this current brand. Let's look at this. You can see for them, the things are different here. So I'm just going to simply copy these things here. We'll just do this, copy up here, go back here. Okay. So now we'll first paste this here for now. Just like this. I will also just go to the initial data. Let's get this company name, address, phone number, logo, URL, contact info, thank you message. So up to this thank you message, like this, including the customer ID or something else. I'm just going to go to where we have this. So I will paste in these ones. Okay. Now for the company name, we're just going to say that this will now equal to the current brand dot name. Okay. Dot name. If this is not there, then we add this is up. Then current address, we're just going to say that it's going to be the current brand dot address, and then this is going to be Kampala right now, just like this. Then the phone number is going to be equal to the current brand dot brand color. Sorry, phone. What is the phone? Company phone. Company phone. Company phone. Okay, so it's going to equal to phone. Or this. Then the email. So here, just going to say current brand dot email, or this, and then the logo. So you have the current brand dot logo. Then we have the contact info. So I will just say that is going to be current brand dot there is payment info. What is that? We have payment info, we have sales tax, slogan, tax rate, template, thank you message. Wait. If you have questions concerning this, what is this? Okay, I think this is supposed to be contact, current brand dot contact. There is no contact. We have two things here, the thank you message and the so this one must be the payment info. Okay, let me first leave it like this. We have payment info and the thank you message. Okay, let's first look at this. So if you just go to edit, in the footer you have the contact info, payment info, and the thank you message. Okay, if I right click, go to brand settings, so we don't have where we are saving that. Let me just first go to, I'm just going to go to the schema just for a second. Brand, we have payment info, the thank you message. So what we don't have is the contact info. Okay, so with this, I'm just going to go ahead and push again. And we have a couple of places to add this. First of all, I'm just going to go to the brand, add this somewhere, just duplicate this, just going to add the contact info. So the good thing here, we are getting the brand. It will just come back. Then the update, it will use this update, which comes from the brand profile. So this adds in that, let me see, brand profile, which I've added the contact info right now. Create a brand. I'm not sure if we're just going to use it anywhere for sure, but it can just like hang in there. Update brand. So let me just go to brand settings form. So here, where we have this payment info, we just like say there is contact info, just like this. And let's just go and look at this. I'm just going to add here also the contact info, contact. Okay, contact info. So we just also add it here in the default values. And finally, I'm just going to add this brand settings. I'm just going to look for where we have payment info. Okay. Let's first go back and look at it. So this is the one. Yeah. So I'm just going to go after the thank you message, we'll just go here after the thank you message. Thank you message, like so. I will duplicate this and I will just call this contact info. Contact info, so text area, everything just remains. I'm just going to say this is contact info. I'm just going to say contact info for your business. Okay, so if you just go back here, this will add, I'm just going to refresh this page. So I will just go ahead and copy this from here. Let's wait. Okay, so we just add this information. And then I will update the brand. So just like this, brand updated. Let's just refresh. Okay, so if you just go back to the brand page, basically we might be missing to populate the so here I'm just going to say contact info. So contact info is brand dot contact info, just like this. So let's just go ahead and refresh. Yeah, so the contact information is there. So if we just also go back to the user invoice this side while we're populating this, so it becomes current brand dot logo dot contact info, then this. Okay, so we have the payment info. Payment info is going to be current brand dot payment info. Lastly, the thank you message is going to be current brand dot thank you message, and like this. Okay, so this is really good. Okay, nice. So if we just go back to the invoice, we are creating a new invoice. We can do refresh. Now make sure we are populating on the new. Let me just go to new invoices, new. Make sure we are adding the contact info. Okay, so Now we cannot know for sure that this has worked yet. So this is a brand profile. If I just go back to this side, we have to use this default data. So default invoice data, invoice data just like this. So instead of using initial data, we're just going to use default invoice data. So we should see some changes. Yes. So this compiler now is coming from that, and now the logo. Okay, so where we have the logo, let me see in the form. Okay. We should just go back the invoice here. So if you look at the invoice form here, we need to get this instead of just hard coding it like this. We need to get this from initial data dot logo URL, I guess. Yeah, so you can see we have the actual logo that was actually there. So you don't need to fill in this information. Okay. Similarly, for this, we need also to get this build to. So instead of just like putting this, we could just use the last customer info, like the last client that you worked on could be the one that we add here. And you're just going to see this one's going to be helpful because we're just going to pass in somewhere. We'll be having like customer ID, a customer ID like this, and then we can populate in the customer info. Okay, so let's first get the last customer. So still on the new page, is this invoice new? Yes, so this is invoice new. We have the user. I need to get or fetch the last customer. So you can just go back in the client. So where we have get client by ID. So I just need something like this. Okay, I'm just going to say get last client. Last client. By user user ID. So I'm just going to say user ID. So basically, you don't need to check now this. If you don't want, we could just like check it from there, or we can just like don't check, we pass in the ID, like whichever you want. I'm just going to come here and simply say user ID. So if you do this, I think the only thing we can just say here, we can just say order by created at, and then we can just get descending. So this will return, or the must get the last one. We don't need to include anything for this case. Calculate statistics. Okay, we don't need all these statistics right now. The only information we want to return from this one actually is the information we need in the information we need in the initial data. So we can't just go to we can just say use invoice form, something like this, and we are looking at the initial data. So in top here we have initial data, and we just only need the customer information, like this B2 company. So this only, and I think the customer ID. So I'm just going to move this up here. Okay, so this here. Okay, just like this. I'm just going to copy this the way it is. I will go back to this here. So the information I want to return actually is only this. Okay, I want to return this object. So start by saying this will be client dot contact person. Why are we having this? Oh, okay. I think I know, because of this promise. I'm just going to remove this promise. So then build company, B2 company. So this is going to be client dot company name. Then this is going to be client dot location. Then there's going to be client dot phone. Lastly, make sure you're putting commas. So lastly is the customer ID, which is going to be client dot customer ID. So this is the only data that we are returning, or this I don't just need to return this. Just carry, I'm just going to say return undefined, just like this. If no client, I'm just going to say return undefined. Okay, so now we can just get this get last client, and in the profile, so if you just go to invoices, new page, so we have the same thing. Okay, I'm just going to say that const current, or just last client is going to equal to wait get last client by user ID, repassing user dot ID. just like this. So if you just look at this, all undefined. So I'm just going to get this. User is possibly null. So to avoid this, we can just like put an if statement here. If no user, just redirect to the login, just like that. It's login or auth, I'm not sure. So just redirect, and now we get this last client, and let's pass this int this last client equal to last client invoice form. So here we'll have last client and we'll have the last client. Now the types for this, we can just create them somewhere here. Type. We can also export type. Okay, last client props is equal to. So I'm just going to go back to this. Just hover here like this, and it will just give us just like this. I will just paste this like so. Okay. So now you can just bring this last client like this. And you can just say it can also be undefined like so. Now, when you come, the good thing is now in the default invoice, after this, we can just do this. We simply say last client. Just like this. Okay, I don't know if we just go ahead and replace that. You can see we have one error. I'm not sure why that one error is originating, but seems like we have the default invoice data right now is not okay. Build to location are incompatible. String owner is not string type. Okay. Okay, I'm just going to do this wherever it is. So let me just go to the invoice data anyways, and let's copy this. So just paste it here. Okay, so this is going to be last client dot contact person I'm just going to add Mary Cooper, something like that. Then bill to company. So just cut this last client dot bill to company name or this. Then location. Let me cut this. Is going to be last client dot bill to location, or this. Then bill to phone will be last client dot bill phone, or this. And lastly, the custom ID, which is going to be bill is going to be last client dot custom ID, or this. Nice. Okay. So we have now this. Now, if you just look at the some data that we still have in the initial data, so this can be replaced. Now let's look at this invoice date and invoice due date, this invoice data here. So the invoice number that is right now being generated, if you just go back to the invoices, let me first go to the invoices. Okay, so you can see these are the invoices that are being generated. So what do I want to say? For the invoice number, we are good because this is going to be always auto-generated on create. Then by this one need to also update then the invoice date and all this. So let me also copy this. Okay. For this, I'm just going to go to invoice form. I don't know where were we customizing from. I don't remember. Last client, and then you have it here. Okay, this is on the here. So we can just pass in this here, like so. So the only thing I can also pass in, we can pass in this prepared by. Okay. Because this is the current user who is right now logged in. So we can also just give this a default value. Then the invoice due date. Let me just go ahead and say invoice. Let me remove the invoice number. Invoice date and invoice due date. So if I just going to ask just cloud, if I can just say if I have these two variables, okay, You want the invoice date to be today's date, and the invoice due date to be 1 month from today's date. Just like, I don't know how it's going to. Okay, so just get today. Let's see. So today, 1 month from today is, okay, so you have today, and then you can just get this here. I'm just going to go with this one. It is very easy to understand. So let me just go with this. You can just also go with this. I'm not going to go that side. So here, I'm just going to go and let's remove this. Okay. So we have invoice date. So we can just say invoice date. And then this one is invoice due date. Just like that. Then let's go ahead and get the prepared by. I will pass this in the new. So here, prepared by is going to be a string, which is user.name. Okay, just like this. Prepared by. So let's go the invoice form. Let's pass in this, and let's pass in also this, which is going to be a string or an undefined. And then here is going to be prepared by, or just, I'm just going to put just like this. Okay, so this changes a lot of things. So let's see the only data that we don't, that we have that is not changing. This changes, BL2 changes, invoice data changes. The only that things is not changing is this. Now, the good thing is subtotal, tax rate, and other, we can also get these here actually. Let me just copy this the way they are. I'm just going to do this. Okay, so where we have this the company data actually, so here. Okay, so subtotal, I'm just going to do tax rate, is going to be the current brand dot tax rate, or I just going to add 10, I guess. Then sales tax, here they have 30. I'm just going to say the current brand dot sales tax, or this, and other is going to be current brand dot other charges, just like this. Okay, subtotal is not there, so this is computed value, just like so. So the only data that is not that you can change is going to be the data from the invoice. Okay. So I'm just going to go here. So if I just refresh this new, okay, so this new we have, you can see that we have the last customer actually, and all these details, including all these are coming from the last customer. So to prove that, we're just going to go ahead and we'll create a new final invoice before we go to the edit. Okay. So preview. Everything is still good. So let's just go to, I just want to create a new invoice anyways. Just go back here so you can see gets all the details. So I don't have to feed in these details now. I just only want to add for my new customer. Like editing is always easy. So I'm just going to say here, I'm just going to say cause Collins. This is going to be just refresh. What did I do? I'm just going to say here in the Ronald tours and okay, so when I type in something is not right. So apparently I cannot type in the company name. Okay, let's see what's happening. So the company name, current brand dot name, just normal like this. So why is that a problem? In the invoice data, let me just go to company info. So this is company info. Then this is the B2. So we have the contact person. So if you just look at the contact person has name, and then has company name. So this is why the one that has a problem. So why is this having a problem? So if I just try to type in another one, okay, so these other ones are okay. How about this? Okay, but this he doesn't accept. That's very much not making sense at all. Like these are exactly the same. What would be the problem. Okay, let's first look at the error here. Also look at the error. Hydration failed due to rendered HTML doesn't match the client. Oh, so generate customer ID is the one that is bringing the problem. Oh, because when the company name runs, it will trigger the generate. Oh, I get. So this one is triggering the use effect, the one that generates the customer. Let me just go here. So there is this, and we say that when this changes, then it goes ahead and generates that. Okay, so instead what I'm just going to do is the custom ID, I'm just going to remove it. The custom ID will be something you don't need. So since it generates from this company, I'm just going to just copy this. I'm just going to copy this. I'm just going to remove this use effect altogether, this one. And then I will just go to in here and I will see form data form data dot customer ID is going to be equal to generate like this. Okay. That one will be done. And now also in the form, there is where we have it. I don't know where it is, but there is where we have the generate things here. There is a button. Okay. So this one, I'm just going to remove this. Okay. So you are prepared by now and everything looks okay. So now if I just try to change the company. Okay, let's just go here and create here. I'm just going to say I will just say handle Ronald. Okay. The company is just going to call it Pro Shift Technologies. Location is going to be Chilika, Kampala. Then the phone is going to be one of these phone numbers. So now the invoice is okay. Now, if you look at the date, this is good because the invoice date is 6/9, and then this is 7/9, which is nice. Then the name, and then the invoice, we're just going to say web development. Let's just try what about 1,000. I will just also add another one, which is going to be maintenance, which is going to be 200. And then the tax, let's just try 0. Other charges, you can just like put maybe 2, just like put 100. Okay, then these details, the good thing you can see they all remain. and the logo, everything is good. Let me just save. Okay, so this creates for us the invoice. Now if you look at the invoices, we just want the last one to be on top. Okay, the one that we just created here to be on top, not just to be jumbled like that. So I'm just going to go back to the where we have the invoices. I believe this is one. We need to get the one with the invoices. Let me first go to the invoice page. Excuse me. We just go in here. Let's go invoices.find many. So we're just going to add order by. Instead of the invoice date is going to be the created at, just like this. Otherwise, if it uses that, so you can see now this goes on top right now. Now we should be able to view or edit. So if we just go to view, you can see this looks really clean. I love this. Okay, very clean. So if we just go to download, there is one problem with the download. First of all, is not picking the logo, is leaving the name of the company and this. So we need to work on the preview a little bit. It picks the actually even the it's not picking the actual information if you think about it. Okay, these other information are okay, but it doesn't pick all the information. Okay, let's just go back and we're just going to go to the user invoice. So we have sorry, we have the invoice preview. We have the form, so the form is good. Then the invoice PDF, this is what I think being printed. So the invoice PDF also takes in the invoice data. So for that case, before we even go very further, I'm just going to go into this. I want to pass this. We have the default user. Oh, actually, we need to go to so you can see that on the user invoice form, you need to pass in all this. So there is initial data here. Okay, there is initial data, and then on the invoice detail is what we are passing in. This should just hold all the information. I'm not sure why it is not having all the information. Just a second. PDF link information. So you can see that invoice PDF, it takes in this invoice data. the invoice data of which its default values is that. It just because it finds like these so I'm just going to do this. In this case, there is we're going to be passing in is editing ID. If you just go to this, we are passing in editing ID. So in that case here, we're just going to say that if editing ID is true, then we use the invoice data direct, the one that comes in, the invoice data that comes in, else we use the default invoice data. Do we call it? It's supposed to be initial, not invoice data. It is initial here, just like this. Because whatever shows here, it shows really nicely, but then on the download, it downloads something else. More especially this information. So let me just try download one more time. Okay, so this is good because it has picked in the details. Okay, nice. The only thing is the logo. Okay, the only thing is you're supposed to have the logo, but for some reason this header is still different. Yes, let's go and see. Wait a second. There is this logo, so the one that we are printing. So let's go in the invoice PDF. Okay. Okay. So if you just look at it, it has the header here, which is having the view. Okay. That is still having the view according to this, is having the company name and this here. So how do we change this to add the image? Does this take actually a normal image? I just don't know this. Let's first look at this package, because if you look at where we are getting the document and everything here, comes from this React PDF renderer. So you can just do this. Okay, and we can just go and see how do we put the image. Okay, how do we put the image? Can we just go to wherever there is a documentation or something? In this, they don't have the documentation also. Okay, I'm just going to instead, let me just go back here. So here we have this header like this. Basically, I just want to read this where we have this header. Okay, so I'm just going to go to this and I will tell you that I am using React PDF renderer package, and I want to use the image. Okay, I want to replace the company name and slogan with the company logo. I'm not sure how it can just like get this. So you have to get the image and then you can basically do this. Okay. Styles.logo. So let's just look at the styles it will give us for the logo. But basically, let me just first only put the image where these two are, just like this. Get the image from React, this one. Let's get these logo styles. So where we have the logo, width 120, height 60. I'm not sure if that is really good. Nice. Let me just go to the styles. We just like put this for the logo. 120 by 160. Okay, let's first look at the actual logo here. So I'm just going to see the dimensions of the actual logo. So I'm just going to see here the actual dimensions of my logo are 10 by 350. So just see if we're just going to change the styles for the logo. Is what we just want to see. So it gave the just like this logo to this. Okay. Then the header, you can see the header has all this. Now we need to get the prevent the logo from taking too much space, max width of 60%. We have to change a little bit that header. Oh, actually it put back, it has done it just nice. So it has the header right now. Let me just do this. So we have now the we still have the header. So inside the header, Okay. So inside the header is where we have everything here, like so, like this. Now, basically, invoice data dot, was it just like logo URL? Yeah, actually. And then the styles for the logo container. So let's go here and we look at the logo container. So I can just go to the header and then just add the logo container. Okay. We'll just be adjusting as required. I'm just going to go back. Let's refresh. Okay. So let's just download. Yeah. Actually, this is good. There is no any adjustments required. The only ones are now on the subtotals. I just need to see the styles for those ones. Okay, so I'm just going to go back to this invoice PDF. We have the header now. This, and moreover, it actually put the table really nice. I like the table actually. So the table, then we have the total section. So for some reason, the total section, these things are big. If you look at the subtotal and everything, so let me just go the total section. Most of the time, I'm just interested in the font size. Okay, I'm seeing only in the footer where we have this, so I'm just going to specify the font size we need here. I'm just going to go here in let me just go back, total section. So basically everything is in the total section. So total section, let me just specify the font size 9. Maybe to be a little bit bigger, let's make it 10. Okay. Just reload the page. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and click download. Yep, nice. So this looks really great. Okay, this looks really great. Any other information I would want to resize? I think everything is perfect. Yeah, I'm just going to go with that. Okay, so another thing is to use, because we haven't used our colors, the brand colors. Okay, so if you just go back to this we have 3 things to customize. We have the invoice, so we need to pass that color in the initial data. So in the initial color, in the initial data, I'm just going to add in something here. anywhere. I'm just going to say brand color, and by default is going to be hash. So and it's supposed to be like 2, 3, 5, 6. Okay, so just like this. Okay, so brand color, we need to add it on the types. So on this invoice data, somewhere I'm just going to add the brand color to be a string. Okay. So what it means is that since we have added this brand color, we can just use it. Yeah, first in the invoice preview. So while we have this BG black, I'm just going to change this. So the only way to pass in the variable, I'm just going to smartly use cn. And then here you pass in this. Then comma. And I'm just going to add in the brand color. So we're just going to say here, I will pass in dollar BG. So it's going to be BG, and then we are putting the color like this. Or we could just actually define it somewhere. Can we define it before here? Okay. I'm just going to define it somewhere here. So instead of having the component like this, I'm just going to cut this. Can we just have this, and then we have return? This should be the same thing, right? The advantage with this now, the advantage with this is that we can just say something, for instance, BG is equal to, and we can create this. Can I say invoice data dot brand color like this? BG dash actually there is no need of this. You just have BG dash, and then here we just add the color. Inside here we just add the brand color like this. So now we'll have the BG here. Okay. And you can just say that okay, so how do we now change this color? Okay, we just change this one, no problem. But this basically it. And I don't know if we can just go ahead and remove this, the BG black. Let's first leave it as a fallback. So let's go down to I'm just going to go down to where we have in this component. So here where we are customizing these ones, we should also be able to add the brand color, and this comes also from the company details. So you can just say brand color. So I'm just going to say brand color is equal to current brand dot brand color, or we just add the black. Like so. Okay, so let's just go the same thing, just going to do it in so we have the invoice preview, invoice form, and then the styles. So for the styles, I'm just going to go to this invoice PDF to, I think this goes to the header most especially. So it has the styles and then dot header. So if you just look at the header is where we have the background color. So we need to have a way of writing all this. Okay. I'm just going to go here and where I have the header. So let's go to the header. Okay. Here I can just do this and paste all these styles here, like so. Now change the background color to this is going to be now invoice invoice data dot brand color, like that. This will apply. So if you check on the invoice, I just want to look at the here color has disappeared, but it's okay, we're just going to fix that. But we need this, and then we have the table and the total. Okay, so this one is okay. Company prepared by invoice date, items table. So in the items table, we just need honestly for the only for the table header. So I'm just going to go here. You can see in the table header we have this. So I will copy this, go back. I don't know why these ones have been put in an array. Oh, you can also pass in an array. So basically, for this one, only we can pass in this. Okay. It has this and then it has this. So background, I will just change this to invoice. Data dot brand. For this case, we do not. Okay, I will see it. I will just console.log it. Then the last one is the sales. So we have these totals. So here in the total section, there is where we have, I think, the last value, the total. So the grand total also has the background color. So I'm just going to copy this and I'm just going to say I will add it here. I will also change this to brand invoice data dot brand color, just like this. Okay, so let's try to fix things. First of all, on this, the brand color is not working. So this is the invoice detail page. So what that one, because the data that is returned on the invoice detailed page, if you actually hover, you see that property brand color is missing. So we just need to go in the invoice data that we are getting, get the invoice data. So including in the invoice, we get the user. So let's look at the return data because this is the one that is more important. So here we just need to add in the brand color, which is going to be on the brand dot brand color, just like this. And if it is not there, as usual, just going to specify black. I will specify black. So if you look at this, is not being put in the invoice data that we are returning. So I will just add that this is a string. So let's go back. In the invoices ID. So now the color must be propagating. Let's do this. Okay. Still the color is not there. I'm seeing other places having that color. I'm not sure. Oh, we changed, I think, only for the header so far. So what I just want to see is one thing. I want to see what do I want to see? So in the user, I just want to see whatever is in this, because this is where everything goes. And the brand color is, of course, also put here. If it is not there. So basically, I just want to start by getting or printing out. So console.log initial invoice data. So I want to see in that case if we have it. I will just go to the inspect console, and we have the data here, both at the server and the client. I will look at the client. This comes at 113.43, which is this one. So if you look at this, you have brand color. Actually, you have it, right? So this is tailwind fading us here, so we can understand that. So what I'm just going to do is we have this in invoice preview is where we had things. So this one is failing to work on this case here. So alternatively, what we could see here in the header is also passing in the same thing. We do pass in the style, and then we say background color, and then we say that this is going to be initial is just going to be, did I say initial data instead of invoice data? Wait, before we do dramatic changes, let me just cut this. I had a wrong variable there. Let's reload. Okay, still is not giving us the thing. So let me just do this. Invoice data, whichever I passed in here, dot brand color. Okay, so we can now forget about this. So I'm just going to cut this. Okay, just cut out this, and you have this. Now we can just remove this background of black. We leave the text white. Okay, so at this point I have seen something. Yeah, so hoping that this is not actual black. I will just change, then just change the also for these other ones. So I will just copy this very style. This is the header. Okay, we're just looking for where we have this tr. So I will just simply put this, and let me remove BG black for now. Okay, this is where we have totals. So this total here, I will just add this and remove this. Okay, so basically that's it. Okay, so what I want to do is change this color dramatically to some other color. So let's just get like some other colors I like. Let's see, our color is emerald. So I'm just going to get this, go back to to brand settings. So you can just go to brand settings. So change our color to this. Okay. Actually, let's change it to this, like the 1900. It is more visible. So let's change it to this. Let's save changes. So that means if we come back, let me cross these ones. So if we go back to the invoices, let's go to this one. Yeah, so this looks great. This looks great. I will also put the one thing down there, but I think this is okay. So that works really nice. Now the fingers crossed is on the download. And yep, so the download, we download with our brand colors. Okay, so you can see we download with our brand colors, so which is really nice. Okay, so that's the nice thing, to customize the brand colors. The next thing is the on the invoice detail, we need to add status update. So we need to just go ahead and work on this invoice editing and update. So already we are on the invoice detail page right now. Okay, so what I just need is to edit. Okay, is to be able to edit the invoice. This one is also going to be, I think, a premium feature. Not everyone can edit, but we should be able to add, like, I don't know, to edit this invoice. Okay. So basically, we just need to create another form that simply updates. So if we just go to the invoice form here, we already have editing ID. So we're just going to use that on the submit. So on the handle submit, we have all this information, right? So I will just get this. So where I have this, I will just do an if statement, because at this point is where if we say if we have editing ID, then we do an update. So here we are going to update, else we just create. So inside the else statement here, we are creating, and then here we are updating. So we just going to it will take the same data just like this. The difference is that the update will take in just an update, and it does not need to create anything or any information. It simply have to update the data. Now, let's say we're not going to allow the update for some things. Okay. I will disable these ones in a second. If, for instance, there is editing, you are editing the invoice. Okay. If you are editing invoice, there are some things you should not be able to edit. The only thing you're just going to allow to edit is going to be the invoice date and due date, prepared by, even prepared by, you might just like, we're just going to leave only items like these down information. Even these footer things, you're not going to be able to edit them. So just want to leave a very few information for editing. We are not going to edit everything. Okay. So can we just first work on that? So I'm just going to go, if I can go to, before I just duplicate this, I'm just going to go back this side. So we're just going to enter the form and see what we're being able to edit. So for instance, I'm just going to say here, if we have editing ID, okay, we're just going to say edit invoice. So this is going to be some text. Is going to be edit invoice, and I'm just going to say something like, is it like initial data or invoice data? I don't know, but let me just say else new invoice. The data we have here is I think it is initial data. I'm just going to pass in initial data dot invoice number. So just like edit invoice. Now let's go down here and we start. So like all the company details, you're not meant to edit them. So we could hide them instead, actually. We could just hide them. Yeah, instead of just like, we could just say, for instance, this all this field information, it will only show if there is no editing ID, and just like this. Then build to, so this one will just go. So now we have the build to. So do we need to edit the customer information? So if instead of you want to edit the customer information, then you better create a new one, or you edit the customer himself. So I'm just also going to come here on this build to. So we just say if there is no editing ID, then show this. Okay. So we have the invoice details. So on the invoice details, you cannot do the invoice number. You cannot change this invoice number here. So you can change the due date. These ones, they can actually change. That is for sure. Yeah. Because you might just maybe need to extend. Do we need to change the invoice details? Okay, I'm just going to change the hide only the invoice number. So where we have the invoice details, the first one is invoice number. I will hide this one. So I will just say that if there is no editing ID, then show this. So now you have only these ones. The items, we're going to leave them, and these charges. Then the footer information, Yeah, the footer information, let's leave it. Okay, so this is the only information we're allowing a person to add or to modify on the invoice. So let's prepare it. So on the submit, so what is going to change is going to be on the handle submit. Okay, so we're just going to get the data we need to send here. We don't need to send all the data. So const data is going to be equal to so let me just go to this form data, which is invoice data. So I'm just going to basically copy this object. So here you can paste in this like so. Let's see what we are changing. We don't have anything to do with the company logo. Okay, so we are changing the contact info. No, we're also not going to allow this. I'm just going to remove all this. Client information. No. We are not editing client information. Invoice number, no. So we have the invoice date. That one is okay. So this is going to be like form data dot invoice date. Okay, so here is going to be invoice due date. Then custom ID, no. We aren't going to change the custom ID. Prepared by is okay. So prepared by is also on the invoice, I guess. Prepared by is going to be form data dot prepared by. Okay. So one thing we need to add is going to be the invoice ID. Invoice ID. So this one is going to come from the invoice. Is it the initial data dot in? Okay, so we need to get now the editing ID actually is the invoice ID. So that's just going to pass in that one. And then invoice items. For the invoice items subtotal, then we are not going to allow the sales tax and tax additional details. Tax additional details, I'm just going to we'll save them for this uh, for this invoice, okay, we just like update them. Let's just leave the tax information. So the items will be same as actually, I think we just leave it exactly like the other one. Let me just remove this because basically to simplify things, let me just go to this, create invoice. I will just going to get this and I will say update invoice. So here, update invoice. The difference is that it's going to take in the editing, or we're just going to create invoice ID, which is going to be a string. So let's look into this. Get authenticated user, that is for sure. Then invoice date and due date, and say transaction. Create or update the brand. In this case, we don't want to create. We simply want to update. So in other words, we need, in this case, we need to get the brand where user ID. This will be existing at that point. So if there is no brand, so here we are not creating anything. Okay. We are not creating. I'm just going to say that we'll just update. I will just get this. Okay. Brand data. So here in the update, we just update a few things, only a few things. We are the only updates we are making only the tax information and the footer information. So no name, no logo, no phone, address, email. So these ones are not there. Then payment, info, thank you message, tax, the tax rate, sales, and other charges. That's the only information we are updating. Then create or find a client. So if you look at this, we don't have any information about the client. Okay. We don't update anything on the client. Okay. We don't update anything on the client. That means we need, anyways, we need to find the client still. So we'll find a client where user ID and in this case, we need to find a client. If I just go to the clients schema just in 1 second, and let's go to clients. Clients have invoices. Okay. Clients have invoices. Oh, okay. So in this case, we don't need actually to do anything with the client, because simply update the invoice, it will be updated on the client. So, oh, okay. We already have the invoice ID. We have the invoice ID. So this is the point where we actually use that invoice, because we don't want to actually create the invoice. We want to update the invoice. So this is going to be invoice.update. Okay. So we just need to pass in the where clause, where ID is invoice ID. And the data we pass in here, the data we just need to do here is that we are passing in the invoice date, due date, prepared by, and then you're not changing the status. Okay, what we are changing is the subtotal will change, tax sales information, then notes terms, these are not changing. Those are not changing. Okay, then create invoice items, invoice date, due date, subtotal. I guess subtotal is okay. Okay, so here we are update invoice, and now we can also do we create I'm not sure what is the right thing to do for that case. You know what? Like this whole invoice create, I feel like it is not necessary. You simply create a new invoice. Okay. Yeah. I'm just going to simply remove that. So let me just go actually remove this function. I don't need to update the invoice. There is no updating the invoice altogether. User invoice, because like if you're just only updating only one field or two fields, why don't you just simply create a new one? So on this, I'm just going to leave it the way it was. Cut this and just add it here, just like that. So the only thing I'm just going to do is I'm just going to leave here only new invoice. The only thing I'm just going to do is hide the you don't need to hide this anymore. Like there is no need of this. There is no need of this. There is no need of this. Okay. Same thing here. Okay. So the only thing I'm just going to do is hide the buttons. Okay, I'm just going to refresh. So you can only view, there will be no update. So when there is invoice ID here, I'm just going to remove this edit mode button. So I can just go back here and I search for edit edit mode. Okay, just simply this button here. So this button simply say if, only if there is no editing. There is no editing ID is when we want this button that is toggling the form. So now if so now you only have only these options. You cannot do anything to edit. There is nothing you can do. You can only just download and send. And also this, let's just simply, if you want to print, I'm just also going to print the remove this the print button. If you just look at handle print, I don't think it's doing anything. Oh, why is it doing? I'm not sure what it is doing. Okay, it's using React to print. Let's see. Anyway, if you want to use React print, I don't think it is not supposed to pass in the content. So just go to React print here. React to print this package here. I think they changed a little bit this function for use React to print. So you now pass in this, you pass in the content ref. If you just see here, you pass in this content ref itself. So let's just come here and say content ref, and then pass in like that. And if you just do, remove this ignore TS, it should tell us that because if you just look at this is React to print, you only just pass in the content ref. I'm not sure of these on before. Let's just add back this for now. But you pass in this, it will be content ref dot current. Do I need to pass in dot current? Let me see. Whatever I just did here was the one that we pass in. You don't need this. Now we have this on before does not exist. I just remove all this. Okay. Now let's just see. Okay, print. Nice. So yeah, so you can just go ahead and select the printer and just go ahead and print this. You can see it is a single page and it looks nice. Okay, so the print is also working nicely. Download. Let's just work on the send email. Sending the invoice via email. Okay, so let's work on this. So this one, if you just go to where we have handle send, if you just go back to this, you go to this thing here, this document here, we just leave the link, you will see we have some code function for sending the email. I will first just copy this function here. I will just say go create here another sub action. I'm just going to say mails .ts and use server, and let's just paste this function here. The few couple of things you need to add in, like these props and other things. Now, these are the props. We'll see. We also have this code we need to copy. This is the invoice. It looks like this. So we have this invoice form. The invoice will look like this when we send the email, and we just simply add a button to view the invoice, and this is the code. So I'm just going to copy this code. So we'll just create the we'll change the name here. Go to the components. So inside the components down here, there must be email templates. Inside the email templates, we're just going to say the invoice email. So I'm just going to say invoice email.tsx, and let's paste this. Okay, so I just like change a few things here. The first, we have the sales order. So this is going to be invoice email props. Okay, so let's change this. We change it here. That's all. Then let's change the name. I'm just going to say that this is the invoice email, like that. Invoice email, like this. The only thing we just need to change a little bit. So if you just look at this design or we have here, we just need to change some things. Me personally, I feel like there are some things we simply need. This is going to be invoice number, which is going to be okay. Then the status. Okay. We have also the payment status down here, and then the status up here. We have the invoice items. These ones are going to leave them item, quantity, unit price, and total. This one is okay. Then the customer. Okay, so these are like the bill to details. Okay. So we can customize this template. Okay, we can customize this template to specifically for this invoice. Okay, I'm just going to say that I will just get this invoice. Let me see, invoice templates. Okay, that's about like 400 lines. This is okay. I will copy this. Let me just go to here. So just say I have my sales order invoice that I want to modify a bit, to modify the data, to modify it a little bit. The data it receives. Okay, the data it receives. So here I'm just going to first paste it here. So let's go back to the invoice form. So we all know that we have this invoice data. If we just go to where we have this send, send mail handle send, it shows up this, and then we have handle mail submit this one. in this component, what we have access to is this initial, the initial data. So we just simply want to pass in this initial data. Okay. So in that case, I'm just going to click on this. Just look at this. We just go so that the invoice data is now this. So the invoice data that will be entering will be of these types. Okay, so just going to enter this information right now like this. And the another thing is you also, so you will add one more prop called invoice URL. So the invoice URL will be a link to the invoice where the user can print it. So this will be a button, view and print invoice. Okay, so I'm just going to say, so you will also modify a little, you modify the design a little bit to match the types. So let's see what it's going to do. Okay. So we have the types. I didn't give it the invoice item or quantity description. It's almost actually just the one quantity description, net price taxable. Okay, let's just first finish that one. We'll figure it out for the for this. Okay, we don't have the ID. There is taxable, not taxable. I'm just going to tell you that the invoice item actually has these types. So the invoice item has these types, just to avoid just making simple updates, and then we see the Okay, so we have the updated template. So let's just go to the invoice email template. I'm just going to add this. Let's look at, we have the invoice item, invoice data, and then we have all this. The preview, body, then section, header with company information. Then we have the invoice details, then bill to information. Then we have the table. Then we have payment information. Then we have the button, thank you message. Then contact information. Then there is the footer. Okay, going back to this, where this error is. I think it is inside this. Where we have data.map, column. So what is the problem? Data.map. Like, okay. Good. So we just simply need to call this invoice email to where we have this. I will just update that in, you will find it. I will just update that for a second. So first we just get the data with invoice data types. We could just actually use from the user here. We already have this, so we can export invoice data just like that. Okay, so this will be invoice data just like that. So you have the invoice data, then you have also the emails. So this is going to be also not one single email. This will be email. So you can just like send to a couple of emails. So what we need to do is we can update also the status. So you can pass in also the editing, or say invoice ID, which is going to be a string, and this function is going to be send customer invoice. Okay, so here we just need to update. Okay, we just need to update the statuses. So if you just look at the schema and check in the invoice, we have the status, and then we have also this one when this was sent. but the only thing we just have to change is this, the status to sent. Okay. We not just mind. I would just say here, you don't need to check if it is draft or not. I'm just going to simply say we're just going to update the invoice. So let's get a DB here. DB.invoice where ID is going to be invoice. Yeah, we could just use we could just like use the invoice data.invoice ID, invoice number actually, and the status we could just like say data, so status sent. Okay, I think we should first send the email before we update. So let's send the emails, and then after that, so we can also do BCC here. No, I will just send from here. Then this is just like also to send me that someone has sent something. Really, I don't need that. I'm just going to remove this, and then this dashboard invoices. Let's call validate path. So here we just need to update the invoice. So here, update the invoice. Okay. Resend. We're just going to define this in a, but just going to say invoice email. Okay. The data here. They are not matching. There is no invoice URL. Okay, so I'm just going to go, if you just go to the invoice email here, in the template, in the invoice data, there must be somewhere they have this invoice URL. Okay, so in other words, let me export these ones. Let me export this. We just call these ones invoice data props. Invoice email data props. I will use these ones in the email. Okay, so I will use this. Okay, so the send here is going to be good. Then subject is invoice. Just going to say invoice. Maybe from whatever, data dot Okay, we can just like add the name of the invoice dot invoice number. So this is going to be invoice number from data dot company. Was it company? Let's just say invoice dot company name. Okay. Then from this is going to be the name of the company. For now, since you cannot configure the emails, we just going to say invoice invoice pro. Okay, and then it's going to be no reply at this is hub. Then two, this is to the person you are sending to. So I think this can be actually the can be an array. So you say to emails, it can also take in an array. The two can take in a string array. Okay, just like define this now. So go to the users. I believe on top here we must be having some resend. Go back here and let's define it on top here. Import resend from resend. Okay, so so you can see we can just also just get error and data. Now we can rename this to as raise data. But the most important one I think actually we need is just the error. So I'm just going to say if there is error. If there is error, then just return success false. So while we have this success true, we can just return success false. Okay. So I just want to first send a test so that we see what's going to happen. Okay. So I'm just going to go ahead and do this. I will just go to this here. We are looking for where we have the handle send or something. It is not actually under the invoice form. Then it is just like on this send mail handle send blah blah text area, and then so on submit we have handle send. So handle send calls the on send. Oh, okay. And then it passes in the emails. Okay, I just want to see where this is. I'm just going to say send. Handle mail, then handle send mail submit. This is where we have this. So we need to call this function here, like await, and then we call this, and then we need to send the data. So first we just need to make this an async function, and then we need to pass in the data at this point. So if we console.log the data, we just need to pass in the invoice. I think invoice data. Is it invoice data or something? This initial thing. I'm just going to go here on the just console.log this, and then the emails sending to emails.split. So I will just simply split this by comma. So like by comma, like that. Okay, let's go back. Refresh. Just going to say send. Now the problem I have is this is being centered. I really don't like that. Yes, maybe I'm going to look at that in a second, but let's say this is hub.info@gmail.com, comma John Baptist@gmail.com. So I just need to inspect, click send. Oh, okay, so we have actually an array of the emails and also the information that we are waiting to actually send with all these things here. Okay. What I will do is we simply need to add in something in here. So in this invoice data, because if it is going to match, then I'm just going to I'm just going to pass in, so const data is going to, so we could just pass in this initial invoice data, then comma, and then you say invoice URL is going to be equal to process dot env dot next public base URL, just like this. That's the only thing we just need to pass in. Then so we pass in, if you look at the two things, you need to pass in the data plus the emails. So if you look at the data, is a type of invoice are incompatible. So this, we need to add HTTP localhost 3000, just like that. And now emails. Okay. So since we are passing in the emails, you need just to pass in the split here. So I'm just going to say emails dot split. Okay, we might just need to trim them, like of spaces. I'm not sure. We can just say const, maybe new mails is equal to, I'm just going to say emails dot split. This will give me a list. I can just do dot map and access each entire email, and you can just say e dot trim. So I can just like trim them to remove extra spaces, and then I will pass them as emails here, like so. Nice. After this, we're just going to say emails like a toast. A toast, it says emails sent toast dot success. I say emails invoice sent successfully. Okay. Okay, so we have this invoice sent successfully. I'm just going to wrap this in a try just in case. And then here we can just like toast dot error, something went wrong. Okay, just like that. Okay, so can we just test? I just want to see what's going to happen right now. I'm just going to go ahead and test before we fix the pop-up model. Okay, so send via email, and let's put in the 2 emails. So just put this. At gmail.com. I'll put comma. I'll put another one. .info at gmail.com. Okay, so let's click send. You don't know where this invoice will be sent to. This, say okay. So we should just like have a sending report, and here we have something went wrong. Invoice was not sent. Okay, so let's first look at the terminal first. First of all, we have error with something to do with Prisma. So this download specific, you are using this component. Okay, so if you just go here, update the invoice. So apparently update the invoice has some problem. I don't know what, but let's say if the emails were sent. Okay, yeah, So I have the email here. Wow, and it used, and can you imagine that it used actually the theme? Let me just also check this side. Wow, this looks good. I'm just going to go to Gmail. Yeah, even this. So whichever people you pass in. So this is the logo, then the company name, then invoice, invoice number, and then invoice details, then the bill to, and then wow, look at this. This looks awesome. So we have all these details, taxable, no. And yeah, we have this payment information, all dues payable to this. You have two buttons, the contact, which takes you to the email, and the view and print invoice. This takes you to the localhost something. We're going to be working on this contact information. This looks awesome. I like this. Okay. What do I need to do right now? Okay, we need to work on the updating the invoice. I'm not sure where this is actually. So send. Just need to work on this updating the invoice update. It did not actually go through. And let me just go and look at the invoice schema. Sorry, we have invoice number, which is unique. So in that case, why would we not have the invoice updated? I don't understand why we have the why this update might not go through. Everything looks like, oh, we actually passing in. Oh, I understand this. We passed in ID, and here we have just invoice. So this is supposed to be invoice number, guys. So it's supposed to be just something like this. So now it will just work. Okay, it will just work now. Okay, so let's just like work on this pop-up. This pop-up is annoying. The fact that it just goes to the center. And I think this has to do with, let me just go back to this, where we have handle submit. I just want to see this one, which saying, can we find this? So this is the pop-up. Where is the pop-up? Send via email. It does this. It opens the model. Then show mail. Okay, so this is the pop-up. Save send mail pop-up. And this is the pop-up. So insert. Fixed insert. And then bg flex item center justify center z index. I don't know. Insert 0 means top 0, left 0, right 0, bottom 0. Okay. What if I just remove the flex? Let me first see. Let's just remove this. I'm just going to click on this send. Okay, so now it is here. Can I just give it flex? And just going to give it justify center. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm just going to give it items. Instead of center, I'm just going to say start. Okay. Send via. Okay, so this is good. So I'm just going to also give it, I'll just give it a top of maybe 10, just to move it a little bit down. I'm just going to leave it at that point where it is right now. This top is not working. I think inset, because of this inset. Can we just change inset to something like 10? Or maybe 5. Okay, for some reason it's not changing the position at all. Okay, let me just first leave inset 0. So let me focus on this very one. Give it margin top of maybe 6. So, oh, okay, I understand this one. We just simply give this a margin actually. Let's give it a margin of 6. The black thing is the container. Then inside that container is where we have this. Yeah. So you can see now this makes more sense now. Okay, just give it margin like 12. That will be the last changes I'm just going to make on that. Now another thing is when we send it crosses and when we send like this, so this looks good, right? But when you click send, this crosses the model, but then it should be showing a loading state on the send button. Let's just work on that. So if we just now work on this, handle send mail, let's go to where this button here. So we can just put a state. So I'm just going to click here. I will just put a state of const sending. Just going to say sending set sending is equal to use state, and let's start with false. So when you click on handle send, I will say set sending to true, and then when everything is done, here we can just say set sending to false, and even here when there is an error, set sending to false. Sending to false here, just like this. Okay, so now we can use this sending state by going to this button. First, we're just going to say here disabled is equal to sending, and when it is sending, so I'm just going to say here when it is sending, this is true, then just going to say sending just like that. Good. So now when you send, it will be able to click sending. Okay. So after sending, the only thing we just now to do is we need to have a place where a customer can view and has this accept this via mail. We just need to do this. Okay, we need to have a page where a customer can view this page. So basically what I'm just going to do is we just create another layout. So we have home, and I'm just going to create another layout. So here we just going to say customer, the customer can visit this layout, and basically in this layout we just going to go ahead and put the invoice. So it will be invoice. There we have invoices. I'm just going to copy everything, paste it in the customer here. We do not need the new. We'll not need the new. So I'm just going to delete new. We're just going to need this. Okay. Now also the difference that is going to happen is that we'll pass in this ID, the invoice ID, but the difference will be that we actually don't need that. Invoice content has invoice content is this one, which has the header basically. Okay, has this one. So the only way we can differentiate, we can pass a prop which says maybe is customer or something. So we're just going to say here mod maybe we just create is customer, just like this. For right now, just going to say it's true. We just get this, go to that, and I will just add is customer. This is going to be always is a boolean that is not required, but by default we're just going to give it false. Okay, we just give it is customer false. And now this is going to hide only one button. So it is actually going to hide this button here. So I'm just going to say and I'm just going to say and just like this. We just only want to hide this. You can see the printing. You can see this. Yeah, you can just like see this printing others, but I don't want to see the send mail. I don't know. Should we allow the customer to send it to more emails? I'm not sure if that is okay. I'm just going to hide that one. Okay. They just go and pass in. I think everything is okay. Let's see. So we need just to pass this /invoices/id. And in this case, if you try, we don't need the page. The page will not be there. We just only just to direct to this only this page here. Okay. So can we just go back to the here where we have handle send submit, where we are creating this invoice URL. So this invoice URL will be now a combination of this. I will create it like this. Let's first make this as a base URL. So const base URL is equal to this. Then here we're just going to construct this. So we have base URL, then slash invoices, then slash invoice ID. So at this point, we're just going to pass in editing ID, like this. Okay, so I need to send one more invoice to confirm this. Send. I will just enter my email. I just only add one. And then this toaster thing, I don't think I will need this one. So you can see sending and invoice sent. Let's check the email once again, and it is here. It is here. So let's go ahead and okay. Is this the second one or the first one? I don't know. I think this was the so for some reason this one is taking us only on localhost 3000. What went wrong? Invoice URL. Let's fast for this. So this comes, we have the invoice URL. We go to this template and let's see here. Just going to say view. href is data.invoice URL. Actually, this comes from this invoice URL itself. Why are we seeing only localhost 3000 when we are sending it here? Just get this here. This is the same, exact same thing here. We are having invoice URL, base, editing ID. Let's test now, see where this is getting disappeared. So I will just go in this. I will just want to console.log here. So console.log data.invoice URL. So at that point, I just want to know what invoice URL is going there. So I will just go back to the email. Let me delete these two invoices. Let's go back to the app, send. Okay, let's refresh. That might be also the reason. Send, and I'm just going to say G. Okay. At gmail.com. Send. Okay. Okay, it has sent. Just go here, just on this Jesus, and let's just check on the terminal, see what was printed. It just prints localhost 3000. That's what is being sent. Okay. So just go back here. So instead, what I'm just going to do is since this also has we added the invoice. Did we add the invoice? We didn't add the invoice URL. It is just adding the base URL. In this invoice data we have, come on, like in this initial data we don't have anywhere we have the invoice URL. Is there anywhere we have the invoice URL? It is only one place where we have the invoice URL. So okay, before I try sending this, let's go ahead and consider log data, because I'm totally confused at this point. Just go back here. Just click on send console. I'll just copy the email here so that you can just like be sending faster. So if you check here, what the invoice URL is actually not there. This is 1348. This, can we just first remove this of 1348? I just want the one of 89. Okay, let me just remove everything here. $13.48. Let me just first go ahead and remove this console here. Let's refresh. User invoice form. User invoice form user invoice form. I'm confused where this data is coming from. I'm just going to say some email. Something is not right, because if you look at this this part 1348, now it doesn't have that. Let me just go to another invoice. Let's go back to invoices. Let's we have this one was updated. Let's go ahead to something else like this one. I'm just going to go inspect console. Typically just like confused of this object of user info at 1348, because 1348 in this. Oh, I think we are just like in some other view. Let me just like say is what are you talking about? We have here invoice data. There is no any console log right now in the file, literally. Let me just go here. We have all the consoles. I'm just going to take them, all of them down. And even this alert, I will comment it out. Even this one. Then I will, so we only have one console, which is on handle mail submit. And even the send, did it actually send? Yeah, it just did send, even when we have let me just go ahead and delete these right now. Okay, because at some point in time I'm really confused of the update. So like this is just like a cached data or something, because 1348 currently is not having anything. And if I just say g for this at gmail.com and send, first of all, this alert, we disable this alert, but you can see it is still just like bringing this and even just sending the old component. And if you check the email, the invoice actually comes for brand rider, I guess. That is unbelievable. So there is some component that is not updating. I'm not sure how which type of bug is that, but let me just leave it like this. Okay, I'm just going to leave it like this because at this point the invoice URL is good. So I'm just going to leave it at that, the setting and this. The only thing I just wanted is to get the invoice ID. So I'm just going to go to this, remove dashboard, and let's go. I just want to remove from dashboard only, and let's go to invoices. So I think at this point we can remove this header. I guess we don't need that header. So I'm just going to go ahead and remove the header. Customer invoices. We'll just remove the header. This is the invoice header. So invoice header is not necessarily needed. Okay. Yeah, and you can see it has two buttons, the print and the download, which is nice. So the customer can just come here and they can go ahead and print the invoice. That's the only thing we just want to do for them. What is remaining? We have done a lot of stuff so far. We need to add to be able to update more especially one status that I'm more interested in. So let's go to invoices. Invoices are more on these on the buttons are more needing one button, the button that can help you change these status. Like you can change it to sent. So on the view, maybe in the header here, actually, I'm just going to add a button that can change the state. That you can just say mark this paid or something. I'm just going to tell this to so let's just go and do this invoice in this here. I'm just going to give it just a model like this. Oh, and by the way, just before I forget, I just want to give you the email template. Let me just go here. I'm just going to say that I want you to create a pop-up select component that I will use to update so just like okay that we use to update the status of the invoice. So I just wanted to create the component and the server action just to update the invoice status that takes in the invoice ID and current status. Okay. I don't know if we gave it they give it let me just, and here is the invoice model. Let's give it the invoice model. There is one thing I want to give you, the invoice email template, this one. I'm just going to update this here code just like that. So I will leave this link in the description. Okay. So we basically want the component. Why is it having a lot of things? Invoice ID, current status on update is open. I don't want it to have all these. I just want it to do, I don't want to have this. It should I say please remove these groups, leave only two props, the invoice ID, the component I just want it to be taking only those two things, not take a lot of things. So I'm just giving it some let's look at it here now. Okay. Yeah, so I just wanted just to to have only this, okay, here. So let's call it this side. We just go to invoice components. So I will just create, let me create a component and dashboard invoices components. I will just create status update button .tsx, and then we just add this. Let's first see this component. Looks like status update. It is on close. The component looks incomplete. I don't know why it did not use the shared CN. It wrote a lot of code, so I'm just gonna say is shared CN model, and also shared CN select components. Instead of just like using some other stuff. I'm just going to check this side, what we are remaining with. Invoice customer view, we are done. Now I'm just like thinking of templates to be something I will implement maybe in the future. I don't know. Because of just like time, I would just like put the templates maybe in the future, just like different templates, and then this daily stuff, I will say that one, and we have still dashboard page. Dashboard page will be really easy. They're not going to complicate it. We're just not going to complicate this. We'll have few analytics really on the dashboard. Let's just see what it does done. Okay. Status update button. Okay, yeah, you can see like there is much less code written and list. So basically I just want to see ID the current status. So when you click on update, add your server action logic. Did it just create the server actions? Let's see if we have the, okay, I'm just going to say here, create we could just say create the server action. Handle status update. You can see here. This one is mocking the the server. Okay, we can just create this. So I'm just going to simply get this invoice update. I will just take it inside the page in the header. So where we have this header, invoice header, it is where I'm just going to add this. So we have this H1, the invoice number. If you just look at the detailed page, we have this. So I'm just going to have this button somewhere up there. So within this, we just add this. Let me just add it in a flex. So dot flex dot items center dot justify between, and then I will just add this. This one needs two things: the invoice number, so invoice ID, which is going to be we actually have access to the invoice ID. And then another thing we need is the current status. So current status is going to be, so here we're just going to pass in also the status. And status is going to be of type like invoice status from Prisma client. Okay, so we pass the status here. So if you just go inside the invoice header down here, you can pass in the status, which is going to be something like actually this information is inside the invoice content actually. So that means like we could in the invoice header, you could also just go ahead and use the invoice ID to fetch the status. Let me just go actually here and metadata. I don't know what comes back from here. Actually, we have the status inside the header. We don't actually need here. So we can just do things like metadata dot status. So here metadata dot status, like that. So is missing. Let's just go here and remove this status, just like that. We need in this component, we need to use client on top here. Use client. Okay. Oh, so it needs, I'm just going to go here a little bit back inside the detailed page. Can I just first put the BG yellow 200 here to see the space we are talking about here? I'm wondering why it is so limited. Means I should have put it. Okay, let me see. So first of all, we have this, and then we have this, and then we have the whole entire of this. I don't know why. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Okay. So now I can remove this BG yellow. Okay. So now if you click this button, why they remove? Oh, I removed also with for. So with this button here, it has sent. I'm just going to go ahead and click this button and see. Okay, it gives us the pop-up. The current status is sent, and then we can select like the paid here. Yeah, I think this is just like nice. Okay, that is good. I think I will just change the whatever is on the current button. I will just say update status. Where is the button? I just want to see the trigger. So in the trigger, you can see the label here. I'm just going to say update invoice status. Okay, update the invoice status, and I will remove this. Okay, update invoice status. That is good. What now we need just today to just work on the serve action to update the status. Let me just go ahead, and I have to work on this handle update status, and then we have this. It should just take in invoice and the new status. Okay, update invoice status. I'm just going to go ahead and create that inside the invoices. I'm just going to put this export async function update invoice status. Okay. I'm just going to say try catch and just say await db dot invoice dot update, and we have the where ID is invoice ID, and then for the data is status to be the new status. Now we have to revalidate. So if it is say console.log error. So let's go ahead and we can just say return success true, just like that. I'm just going to say revalidate path, and here you can just like pass in a dynamic path like dashboard, invoices, and we pass in the invoice ID, just like that. You can also revalidate other paths like just invoices ID. Okay, you can also revalidate invoices, dashboard invoices, dashboard invoices, just like this. And if there is any error, we can return success false. Now let's go ahead and just update invoice status. I'm just going to say there is no need of refreshing the page. I will say toast dot success invoice updated successfully. Okay, and then here you can just say toast dot error failed to invoice failed to update, just like that. Okay, so we can just say, for instance, mark it paid. So let's refresh. I just want to mark it paid. Let's see. This one, I will remove this. The one I've just removed right now, they create. Let's just go to the create brand settings form. Brand settings form. We are having somewhere they create brand. I don't know why this create brand is being used. Let's see. So here is saying if current brand. Just going to remove this. Okay. I'm just going to go here and add this here. Okay, so we don't need any create brand. Okay, nice. I'm just going to go ahead and update this to paid. Okay, date. Okay, so a status here is paid. Okay, this is paid. Nice. I think at that point, since we have now this changing invoice customer download templates, we're just remaining with the dashboard page per se. They just go to the dashboard page. So you can see the page now has updated. So we already have that first line for the some of the details. I'm not sure if we need more. I can see the number of total users, invoices. Let's go ahead and just like get maybe some other details. Because basically we could just like here add for you the clients, but you can see them from total invoices, total revenue, paid revenue, and a paid revenue. Then for the clients, for the admin, you can look at the total users. I'm just going not to put those for the admin for now. Let me just go back to this. I'm just going to go back to the dashboard page here. Okay. These ones of admin stats. These ones, I'm just going to remove them. I remain with only these. Okay. I'm just going to remain with only these ones. We could just add like the quick start, but you can just like change this to whatever you want. But I'm just going to leave it like this. Clients, let's see. So you have the clients, and you can see this one has he has paid. You can view details of this client with the invoices. Now I just want to put this. Yeah, I just want to put this while we have this. We'll not have the edit client information. I'm not going to do that one. You can just like add that for yourself, like whereby you can edit the client information. Okay. I'm just going to only work on the new invoice, but with the client. Let me just go and see this client detailed page. Clients detailed page here. So there is where we have the client header. I'm very sure this is where we have the name, client. I just want to see where we have those buttons. Okay, so we have these buttons. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to leave this like this. I also add this like this. So what I'm just going to basically do is, let me first remove this. For this edit client, I'm just going to give these ones a class name of button variants. For the edit, maybe I'm just going to make this variant. I'm just going to make this ghost. The one that we just want to put is the new invoice. So for this, let's give it a class name for button variants. Okay. Now it sends to dashboard invoices new, and then sends client ID. So what we basically need is where we have this client ID on the new invoices. So let's go here on the new. Here we just need to pass in some few things. Here while we have this last client. Okay. You can see we are getting the last client. So instead of getting the last client, we'll see if we have the client ID. So I can access the params from here. So let me just go to this page and I can just say search params. And then here we're just going to say search params. And I'm just going to pass in this case, I will just have client client ID, which is going to be a string. So you have to be like really super sure that that is client ID. So this will be a promise. So I'm just going to say promise, just like this. And let's go ahead and get the client ID. Okay, client ID. So here const client ID is equal to await. So in fact, would you just do this? Client ID is equal to await search params. Okay, so we just await the search params and get this. I'm just going to give it a default of empty like this. Now, based on this, I will also pass in the user ID. I'm also going to pass in here the client ID. Okay, I will pass in the client ID just like that. So let's get lost, and I'm just going to pass in this string or undefined string or undefined. Now we just going to go here. So we'll either try two ways. We're just going to say late client. In fact, I'm just going to say late client, and I'm just going to give this to client from Prisma, just like this. And now we do an if statement. So you can see here, just getting the last client. We just do this. I will do if client ID. If that is true, then it is. Then do this. Okay. For this, I'll put outside. So this one is going to be just client, and even this is going to be client is equal to await a db.client dot find first, and I'm just going to say where ID is equal to client ID. Okay. For this case, there is no need of whereby. Okay, so if you look at this, it has no null. So whatever we just get into this. Let's look at the error we have here. Type null. I think just because we can or null. Okay, just like that. Or even undefined. Okay. So if there is a client ID, we are most likely to get that client. Okay. So let's go ahead and try that. So we have this. What was the last one? So that we don't make from the last one. So the last one was actually from this. So I'm just going to go to brand radar. So view. Okay, I'm just going to go here. Okay, not that. I just simply want to go to the clients. Let's go to brand radar here. View details. And let's create new client, new invoice based on that. So you can see like we have the details and the client is populated, guys. Okay, so the client is populated now, which is really, really nice. Okay, that's really nice. I love that. So you can just go back to invoices. So this works really nicely to create from the client. You can create more. Now we can hide the edit, and delete. I feel like for now not add the edit, but we can just like leave them there. If you click on edit right now, it takes you to A404. Like that experience also is not good. So I'm just going to first take off these two buttons here. Even the delete is also not going to be there. So I will just go to the client page and let's go to the stable listing to where we have down here on the table. So that is why we have these table actions. Okay, we have these table actions. We have the edit. Okay, edit for now. We don't just want to route anywhere. We're just going to toast dot maybe success. Just call it toast dot that edit is customer editing is coming soon. Okay, like this. Then also they delete. Okay, so instead of like deleting here, I'm also just going to toast that customer delete is also coming soon, so you can just get this. Customer delete is coming soon, so is coming soon. The same thing I'm just going to do for invoices. So we have the edit. Edit, we just go ahead and do it. I'm just going to say that toast dot error. We just say invoice editing is not supported yet. Okay, so I'm just going to go to the delete. In fact, here where you open the model is where I'm just going to add it. Invoice delete is not yet supported. So we don't just want to delete invoices. I will do the same. Clients page. I just want for the delete I'm just going to add this. I'll just add it here. Customer delete is not yet supported. Okay, so I'm just going, if you just go back here now, so you can say customer delete is not yet supported. The same thing with customer editing is coming soon. Okay, so at least it communicates to the person that, okay, these two features are not yet supported yet. Okay, so then for the invoices, that's good. Dashboard, basically we have everything. So if you just go on the invoices here, the users. Okay, so we have like all these users here. Okay, and these actually, by the way, they're just like actual users. Okay, so we have the brand profile settings. I think all the things we need to do, we have done them. I'm very happy with the brand settings so far, that you can update these and then they work the way you want. So at this point, I think I'm just going to go ahead and deploy this. Maybe just the invoices. So the invoice, every time you do invoices, let's first do C. Okay. We just need to limit. If you just go back to the bidding, I'm very sure I've already passed the invoices. So you can see I even have -2 invoices that are remaining. I've passed by 2 invoices. First, we're just going to say maybe every day we give someone 2 invoices. 2 invoices, they amount to about 60 invoices. I want just to give like 30 invoices per month. That is just like only one invoice created. You don't have any watermarker, you don't have anything. So we're just going to say you have 1 free invoice per day. That's cool, right? 1 invoice per day, and we can just like see how we can limit that. If we want to say you have 1 invoice per day. So the most important thing, I think, is under the invoices, one is we can disable this button. We replace it with upgrade if someone has already created the first invoice. And then also this new, we're just also going to go ahead and restrict that if someone bypasses that. Okay. So how do we protect the 1 invoice per day? So that means like on this page, when you create the invoice, we need now to be checking like every day. Let me first ask. So we have schema here. This is why we had to put the limit somewhere. Like if you just go somewhere, you have invoice, client, brand. Yeah, we had this plan limit thing, something like this. Okay. So I'm just going to copy this and maybe go to, I'm just going so that I have a SaaS invoice where users can create invoices for free, and each user is given 2 invoices per day. Okay, they're given invoices per day, and if they want to exceed, if they want to like create unlimited, they are supposed to upgrade. Okay, supposed to upgrade to premium. So how do I implement that? Like update, you see here, modify my schema, and also create for me a server function that checks the remaining amount of invoices for a user. So just see what it's going to do here. And just want to see, so the mod that we are just going to modify is this. You can see updated. So we just update the plan limit. So this plan limit. Okay. So plan limit has now the plan, subscription plan, max daily invoice int, daily invoice limit, max, max client, null means unlimited. The custom branding, priority support, Tmaxes, export formats, and all that kind of stuff. Okay. The sub action for this, check user invoice limit, takes in this increment user invoice, get current plan, reset daily count if needed. Then export any function initialize limit. It has a lot of things that's created. Validate invoice creation. Like there is a lot of stuff going on here, but let me just create this. Okay, I'm just going to go to here. Just going to create limit.ts. Just going to say Prisma here. They just say use server for now. Subscription plan, let's get from db dot, and let's get the db here. Okay, the one that I want is just like check, just simply want to check user invoice limit. So it takes in the user ID, await user, get user, and it gets the subscription. Okay, and if there is no user, the not throw error, we just need to return something. Look at this, can create invoice, remaining invoice, like this. I'm just going to say you can return null. For instance, if there is no user, we shall just say return null. Okay, I'm just going to put this or null, so you can also return null. So you get the determine the user plan. So get user current plan. So current plan takes in the user, and then is active if the user.subscription.status is active. Then returns the plan, subscription is active. Okay. So we get the user plan, then get plan limits dot find unique where plan is equal user plan. So this gives you the plan. So data limit, default limits if not set in the database. So here if you just go in the DB, in the schema here, max daily invoices, int, daily invoice limit now means unlimited. I'm just going to give this a default. I'm just going to say default is going to be 2. Maximum daily invoices. Okay. then when you come back this side, you get the limit where they plan. Then the day limit, let's first push the changes we made. Just like this. So is plan.max daily invoices. If it is default, if it is just then just give it to an or null. So unlimited is equal day limit. Is day limit if is equal to null. Or day limit is equal to undefined. So reset daily count if it's a new day. So update user is await reset daily count if needed, then taking the user, then calculate remaining invoices. I'm not so sure can you the reset time how this reset thing supposed to work. I'm not really sure about it for sure. Like how do you reset automatically at the midnight? I'm not sure how that one is going to happen because then increment user invoices. Check user invoice limit. If someone pays for subscription, the only problem is to how do we reset when it reaches midnight. That is something I'm just going to look at how to make that one, but right now let me not worry about it right now. I'm just going to call this check user limit. So this returns a lot of stuff. Can create invoice boolean, remaining invoices number, daily limit is an unlimited boolean, reset time this date. We'll see how we're going to manage that one, but I'm just going to call this function inside. So it's going to be very important inside here, the invoices. Okay. Here in the invoices. So basically on this page, I would want to so when a user creates an account, when you create an account, what happens? Just have to check something here in the schema for a second. When does this plan limit? Because if I can see here it has a subscription plan. Okay, anyways, let me just first use this and I see what is going to return. It will give us an idea. In a dashboard invoices, I'm just going to go to page. Do I need to call this here, or I put in the layout? Okay, yes, I put it here. So on this, I'm just going to also say const. Let me say const response is equal to wait. And what do I need to do? I need to pass in the user ID. Okay, so I'm just also going to go here, const user is wait get auth user, and then here we pass in the user dot id. Okay, so whatever we just get back here, you can just say if no response, we're just going to redirect to slash login. Okay, and now we that is if no response. Now we can extract some things from this response. I'm just going to say console.log response for now. Just go to invoices, refresh. Okay, so you can see that can create invoice is false, remaining invoices is not a number, and then daily limit is 2, and then is unlimited is false. Then reset time. This is the reset time here, which is 25:06:09 at this time. I don't know, but can create invoice is this not a number here. I'm just going to see how they are determining the remaining invoices right now. Okay, so what I just want is for these people who have let me just first go to this. I just want to see how we are getting the remaining invoices is unlimited, infinite, max, daily limit minus used today. So if you look at used today, is getting updated user from so this one is the one that today, say users, last reset date. We are putting in the concept of date. How am I going to how am I going to check that? Let me just take some few seconds and then I'll be just right back. So I was searching on here on DeepSeek. Actually handling the update logic is not an easy thing, but one thing it says here, the data reset logic, you have two options. You can use you can check when a user tries to create an invoice, or you can create a cron job. I haven't done cron jobs. It is something I've just like didn't know how it can be done, but you can set up a cron job via Vercel cron jobs or AWS Event Bridge. So I will have just to look into this, how these cron jobs are done. But for now, just going to rely on this, the on-demand reset. So I gave it the schema, and here are some few changes we need to make. So it made some changes in the user. It added this invoice tracking fields. So we can just copy here. I'm just going to go to the user so that we can see how this can be done. So we have down here, there is no end of this invoice count. I don't think we need it. So the one that we need now is, let me see, after payments, you can see it removed this invoice count. We can just like remove it, leave it, but this won't just be used anything. I'm just going to have, so the one you have just added, invoices, daily invoices created. So count for the current for current day invoices, and then last invoice date, when the last time it created, last invoice creation date for daily receipt, and then total invoices created. This is just for lifetime count on the, that is on the user, by the way. Then in the subscription, there is nothing as such. Now if you just go to the user subscription here, so actually one thing that we have is that by default we have this free tier. So we make sure like every time a user is created, we initiate a subscription. So let me just write down here because I'm going to forget. So I'm just going to put this h2 when user is created. So here, number one, we need to create a free subscription plan. Okay, that is one thing. So we create a subscription for free, just like this. I'm just going to continue here. Subscription, this one remains everything. Payments, we don't need to change anything here. Now in the plan limit, we have this can remove branding and blah blah. Just like this. The plan limit just added a new one, which is can remove branding. It has maximum daily invoices, default to invoice status, brand. I think that's the only thing. So we have the client, invoices, invoice details, total. Then we have the ones for tracking when the invoice was sent, viewed at, paid at. I think we have already those ones in the invoices. Yeah, we already have them. I think that was the only thing that we needed to add. So changes, added daily invoice track this, last invoice date, and this in the user to total invoices created. Then the plan limit, we added this. Okay. Implementation notice, the reset logic. When a user creates an invoice, check the last invoice date is today. If not, reset daily invoices created to 0, or is increment both the daily and total invoices. The usage check. So we have here can create invoices. It takes in user, plan limit, and returns this here. Now I'm just going to first of all so actually just say it created just like only one this can create invoice can create invoice. I'm just going to simply say, because we have the create invoice, so this is the create invoice where we have this create invoice takes in all this data. So I'm just going to give it, this is my create. Can you modify my create invoice server action? I'll also just give it anyways this create invoice thing. Okay, I'm just going to give it some of these things and see if it can if it can just like do some help. Okay. This is still thinking. So basically we just leave everything and we leave the check to the create only. I don't know what's the problem. Sometimes we can just leave the check. So here is trying to say here is your updated create invoice action with daily invoice limit tracking. So just going to see how everything is going to do. So we start get the authenticated user. We get the user ID. So get the user current subscription plan limits. So plan is DB find unique. So I don't know, like when you just get the plan limits, get users current subscription plan limits. Check if user has already reached their daily limit for free users. So if user.subscription.plan, so like this is this user we got here, that means it has to have the subscription. The authenticated user, we need to, if check user.subscription.plan is free, and then you do check the last invoice date. Okay, then reset if it's a new date. Then check if a user has already reached daily limit. If user.daily invoice is greater or equal to plan.max. Then here, pass the dates, invoice date, due date, then start a transaction. We create the brand, then create the client, create the invoice. So now in the we have the invoice number. So here, total amount. Update the user invoice counters, update user increment by 1, last invoice created new date, and we return that. Then success and the message. Okay, so it created here this function same day. I'm just going to first add this function here. And then I will get this. Okay. Okay, so let's see the changes we have here. First of all, you can see that we can, okay, let's just first also push the changes. npx prisma db push and pnpm Dave. Okay, so the first thing is we can just get this authenticated user here. If you just go here, you see that we just return a few things here, really. Most of the ID. So that user has no subscription on them. To keep it in mind. That's why you see here the user.subscription plan. So after getting this, maybe what we could just do is, this is the authenticated user and it gives us the user ID, and we can just say const user, const, we just call this current user is equal to await db dot user dot find unique, and can I say where ID is equal user ID. So we get this, and then from we can include, okay, subscription true. Just going to add subscription to true, and now we can just get the plan by using here the current user, because this one we have. So if we don't get this, if there is no user, we're just going to return, okay, make sure here you simply return success false. I'm also going to return so even the same thing with the current, if there is no current user, go ahead and return that. Then here we can have what, can you scroll to message? Message say here no user found. Okay, the same thing here. So this gives you plan limits. So if current user dot subscription dot plan is equal to free, then we just get a new date, then last invoice user dot last invoice date. This is supposed to be on the current user. Even this one, current user. So this, then reset counter if it's a new date. So here, if db.user.update and data is that, check if user has reached daily. So you can just like check this, and then here we're just going to return return success false and message. Okay, then pass the dates. So all this is when the user is free. So if he passes that, then you have passed the dates, then reset, start the transaction. So basically now we create everything. Create the client, then create the invoice items. Now we can also update the user and then return those. So that is the result here of the transaction. And then you see invoice created successfully. If there is any error, then we return like that. Failed create the invoice. Okay, so one thing that I'm just going to do is I don't need this limit now. Okay. I'm just going to go back to where we have create invoice in the user invoice form. I'm just going to check for like create invoice or something. Create invoice here. So we have the result. If result.success, invoice created successfully, the result. Oh, we actually have even this. Still, I'm just going to do the message here. If toast dot, I will also do the still message dot message. Okay. So that means that you don't need even a front end hook for testing. So I'm just going to say, can you create for me a server action that will help me on the client side. That takes in a user ID and can return the remaining invoices. No, sorry, do I just need the I just like want maybe just a sub action just to help. So it takes in a user ID and find the unique, include subscription, then gets the plan, checks if we need to reset the day, and then returns that. Get tomorrow start, then the client side usage. I'm just going to first copy this. I will just add actually this back in the limits.ts. Let's just add db. Okay, so this takes in get invoice quota, takes in the user ID. Let me try to use this in the invoices page here. And let's consider log the raise. Okay, I will refresh and see what I just get back. Okay, so this has remaining infinite day limit. Total used today has an unlimited at true. Then reset time. Okay, I just need to sign up to I don't know, for my case, I still have the subscription, I believe. I just need to get a person who has not subscribed to anything. So can I just have local 3000? Just going to sign in with Google. I just use a new email here. Okay, so this one has 0 invoices whatsoever. So I just want to go to invoices, and I would want to see what this one returns. Oh, actually, this one here on the console. Wait. Is this for the new user? Probably the problem would be, let's just go and see. I mean, it must be on these plan limits. Okay. The plan limit and the daily limit, because is doing has an unlimited. If it is not equal to free, okay, it means it gives this an unlimited. let's just go and change one thing. When a user signs up, because right now when the return of this here, I would just want to go ahead and console.log two things here. I'm just going to say user subscription. Okay, I just want to put this user dot subscription, and then another one is going to be user subscription dot plan. Okay, yeah, I'm very sure the problem is here. Then also this here, let me just console.log user plan limits, user plan limits. Okay, this one here, because we are I'm just going to go back to this user, refresh. Okay, so you can see server user plan limits is null, user subscription is null, user subscription plan is undefined. Okay, so because at that point we haven't created any, so there are two ways. What we could do is what we could do is when someone just comes here to plan limits. So when the plan comes, so let's first see, first of all, in the schema, what do you need to create a plan limit? Plan limit is here. So you need the subscription plan, free, monthly, yearly, and then so we can just like create the plan. So I'm just going to copy this. These ones, we already have the defaults. I just only want to create this with a plan. it has no relationship with a user or anything. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this. So this plan limit, we know that it returns user plan limits, it returns null. So I will just say if plan limits, if plan limits, just say if no plan limits. So just go ahead and create one. So I'm just going to say here, let plan limits which is going to be plan limit or null. Okay, so we just come and give this is equal to this. If there is no any plan, then want to create, we just say plan limits is equal to await db dot plan limit dot create. We're just going to pass in only the plan equal to free. Okay. So we now have the plan limit, which is going to be free. The data limit of them, they will be set. Then we just come to the daily. So that means that this max daily invoices, if you look at the schema, a plan limit max daily invoices, it has a default of 2. Okay, so here this will be there because the plan limits now, this will be there, and now has unlimited. We also have now this user dot subscription plan. Okay, so where we have also this user subscription plan, I'm also just going to do an if statement, because you can see user subscription is equal to null. So I'm just also going to say here let this one here, I will just say return null. So if we have if no user dot subscription. So this, if this returns false, we need to go ahead and create the subscription. So just going to say rate user subscription. This one can be subscription. Just like this, or null. So if no user subscription, so we're just going to say user the subscription is equal to wait db dot subscription dot create. Okay, let's see what does it need to create. This one, I'm not going to do this check. Where is the user subscription? Let's check in the schema. Let's check in the schema for the subscription. Okay, so this is the subscription. So basically the required thing is the user ID, and another one that is Stripe subscription ID. The only thing that you need is going to be a plan and a status. Now, all these ones are actually having a default, so meaning that we can only pass in the user ID and it will create a plan with subscription plan of free and status of subscription set of inactive. Okay, yeah, so that's the only thing we just need. We just need to go ahead and create okay, just create here, create subscription data user ID is equal to user dot ID. I'm just going to give this a default here. So you can just say if no user or no user dot subscription. So for this one, I'm just going to see this, the user subscription we created here. Okay, so we can use this subscription down. We have rate subscription and we give it value here. So here we're just going to use this subscription user subscription Oh, okay. So down here, if there is none, so in the first place, we're just going to say that this is going to equal to we just let this equal to, let me see, equal to wait, db dot subscription, the subscription dot find first where use id is equal to user dot id. So now we have this. So now actually we can just like find if I don't know if I can just do this. If no subscription, then we can check this. Then if we have no plan, we can create. Now here we're just going to say user subscription is not equal to free. And then here I'm just going to console.log user subscription, then user subscription dot plan. We still have we need the user. Okay, I'm just going to check anyways. The promise here, I'm also going to add the null. So just going to say if no user, because if there is no user, I'm just going to say return null. Okay, so everything is now good. Okay, so let's go back for this person. I'm just going to refresh. Okay, so you can see that this it went ahead and created. It's created just for free, these ones, and you can see now the data limits is 2, has unlimited force, remaining 2, reset, and that. Good. Gate quota invoices. So depending on this hook, we could use this gate quota invoice in the other serve action, because if we don't, that means like I have to repeat all the code. Get invoice quota. if you check again in this, you'll see that we're doing all the same things here. Get the user and include subscription. If there is no current user, then get the plan limits, check the subscription. So I'm just going to say, can I use can we just use this get invoice quota? Can we update? Can we update the create invoice to use the get invoice quota? Because now with that, if we check in the pages, we can remove this. What means is that now I can check if I can pass this data, this object here, the remaining, more especially, and has unlimited. I can just like pass. I can just like pass these two, has unlimited and the remaining. And even the total used today. So let's just like this. Let me create one invoice, but I just want still fast update. I want fast update so that I just want to go ahead and get the create invoice now. So you can see quota is await get invoice user ID, and then it throws the start the transaction. Okay, I'm just going to get this. Go to create invoice, and this is the function for create invoice. Let me just update this. So we get user ID, and let's import this and get the quota. So since it returns null, okay, first of all, I just want to get this here. I will just return success false up here. So if there is no quota, so if no quota, then let's return success to false. Okay. Then here we also want to have this message. So return this success false message this. So we pass the dates and then inside the transaction. Or are you saying previous brand client creation code remains. Okay, so for that case, we just go up back here. I will just go back up here. So where we have past dates and then start the transaction. So we start with number 3, create invoice. So pass the date, start the transaction. Number 1, create the brand. Number 2, create the client. Now number 3, so I can just copy it to these. Then create the invoice. Create the items. Update the user. Then return like that. Is even also remaining quota here if you want to use it, but this is really not necessary at that point. I don't need even to return this. Okay, I just want to create invoice for this new user, and in the things that we're just going to return here, I just want to have a message statement or like a banner. Okay, or an alert. I would just want to go to this side, and I want to see this. The reset time will be Tuesday. That soon is nice actually. So I'm just going to say that I would want to create an alert banner. So create alert. This time I just use maybe the V0. Create for me an alert banner that tells a user his status. Maybe his usage status. With this data, with let's just see what it's going to create. Okay, so usage 2 out of 2 remaining. You have used 0 out of 2 invoices today. Reset time in 12 hours. I'm just going to say that add. First of all, I'm just going to say that they are instead, I'm just going to say here there is instead of requests, they are invoices. And also add a button. Let me just say a link button for upgrade that links to the pricing. But this looks good. It maybe okay. Let's just look at the code. Usage alert banner. So I'm just going to go ahead and call this. Let's create in components here. Usage alert banner .tsx. Let's check. Make sure that this is tsx. Okay. Let's see the props. So it takes in data limit, remaining, reset time, total usage. This one is going to be usage banner. Okay. It takes in data, usage data. I'm just going to call it usage. Type here. So let's just go ahead and call the usage banner. We need to install the alert and that. I just need to display this here. So instead of having this alone, now we're just going to add this usage banner on top here. Let's do this. We're just going to pass in usage data, which is going to be res. So if you just look at this, we're supposed to use this. I will just update to this. Okay, so we look at the errors we'll get in here. But first, let's go ahead and install the progress component. So progress and the alert. Shared CN. I'm just going to say progress. And I just also add the alert, just like that. Okay, so let's go back to it should just I will just cut this and bring it in here. So if we just go back to this user here, you can see here usage status, 2 out of 2 remaining. You have used 0 out of 2 invoices today. Reset time will be that. Let me just add some px of of 8. I don't know what's the padding here for this one. Container max width. So okay, I think this looks good. So we don't have any invoices, and you have to let's create. Let's go ahead and create one. So this is invoices new. You are almost out of invoices. I had not seen this this part. So this is also checking its own stuff. If you just go to new here, it has the layout, and in the layout it is using this technique here. So this one is not going to work. We're just going to use the quota thing. It's going to use the quota thing, upgrade required. So we're just going to use the one we have just used here. Where is it? Page. This one. So we just go to new. So new has a layout, and we have the user. So I'm just going to get this here. Okay, then redirect. Okay, so here we're just going to say if raise dot remaining is equal to 0. Less or equal to 0, I guess. Less, because others will be having, now I am not sure, less or equal to 0. So like this. Then upgraded required remaining invoices. So remaining invoices is raise dot remaining invoices. So this now should go actually, yeah, so you can see it allows you to go ahead and create. So let's create a brand. I'm just going to not think about it. I will just remove since we just want test. Remove, let's create the invoice. Okay, so the create is having some issue here. Invalid create invoices in invoice. Constraint fed on the invoice number. Okay, so I'm not sure where this invoice so invoice, it checks if you look at this generate invoice function. Let's first go to user invoice. We just check for generate invoice. So if you just look at generate invoice, it uses generate invoice number. It gets the user, get the current year and existing. So you can see it checks within this user and gets this invoice. The problem is in the invoices, in the schema. So if I check in the schema here on the invoices, we say that the invoice number should be unique. Okay, say that the invoice number should be unique, but not really necessary, because this should be for really for each individual user. Okay, even if you are searching to be always for this individual user. So I will just remove this unique constraint. I will just leave it invoice number like that, and then I will update this will of course cause some errors, but I'm just going to refresh. Let me hope even the client let me hope also the client ID is not unique in the client. In the client ID, yeah, just a string. Okay, let's try one more time. I will just remove this and let's go ahead and create. Okay, so the invoice is created nicely. I don't know what's going on right now on the invoices page. What is going on here? Yeah, so we have you have used one out of invoices today. This is good. Okay, so I simply want to show this banner also, and you can see here, need more invoices, upgrade, and this takes you to the pricing, which is really nice. I just want to put this also on the billing. Okay, so where we have the plan like this, I'm just going to display that banner. Okay, let me just go ahead and display that banner. Okay, so remaining, if you are remaining, let's see. I'll just copy this. Let's take it to the billing page like this. So this is where we are fetching data, billing page. I'm just going to add this here. So since it actually takes in a user, so I'm just going to get this. Okay. Just going to say session dot user, just like that. So we can bring our component. So I'm just going to get from the page, and we just add it on the billing. I just want it here. I'll just want it on top of this. Okay. Let's get the usage banner. And this, we just put it here. Okay. You can just like put this, the redirects. Do you just like need the sign in? I'm not sure which page we have. What did we call this page? Auth. So we have these as this is supposed to be I'm not sure how this works. It's supposed to be auth, or because we just have it as return URL. We'll just like see how we're just going to figure that, but we have this. So on the billing, you can see it on the billing. Let me just first look at this billing component, its padding. So it has this. Okay. It has this. Okay. So I just want to go ahead and create, and I see if this person is unable to create. So let's just go ahead and create the second invoice. I'm not sure why this page takes in is taking in some more time to render. I don't know why. Okay. Okay. So let's create a second one. Okay, the same. I'm just going to leave everything with this. Maybe I'm just going to change this one to website development. Then remove this, and let's say 600. Then remove, just like remove the tax and everything. Okay. I don't know if that is just like because I'm on this page, but there is something that is not right on this page. Okay, so you can see that you have used 2 out of 2, and this is in red now, saying that upgrade. So what I just want is if he tries to create another one. Okay, so limited invoices reached. You can see free plan, 2 out of 2. Then we can just like call the other the other plans. Mm. Mm. I'm just going to say that it should show the I'm just going to say this here, usage. So in the new layout here, this upgrade required should take in the remaining and the max, I believe. If you look at this response, it has also the max. Data limit. Okay, so we have the data limit. So this has a lot of things. I just want to say simplify this component. And we could just use actually the same component. So here we're just going to use how do they call this, usage banner. Okay, I'm just going to use the usage banner. Okay, so so basically it's just going to bring you this 0 remaining. You have used this. Maybe we actually add it in the center. Just going to give it a class name here, max width for XL MX auto. Or just simply just say flex. Item center, justify center. Yeah. So this is basically in the center nicely. Now let's go ahead and try to upgrade plan. I saw this should be, is it a link or something? I'm just going to search for the word upgrade. Should be just a link. Next link. Okay, so let's just go monthly plan of $20. So if now this one is supposed to update some things when you update a plan. I guess we're supposed to, it will create a subscription, but it's supposed to also create just a second. And for this, where we are sending the invoice, now this one cannot work. Maybe we just need to pass in also the user ID. So you can say where, and then we say user ID is do we have any user somewhere here? I'm just going to get the user. Let's get the user here. Const user is equal to await. So here I'm just going to say user dot ID. Property ID is missing. So I think in this case, they want the invoice ID even if we pass in anything here. So I'm just going to say ID is going to be invoice, is going to be invoice ID. So we need to pass in the invoice ID. Let me remove this. We need to pass the invoice ID just like this. So wherever we have this sending, you can see it here. Okay, just add pass in the editing. So the good thing is that we are inside this big stuff which has the editing ID. So that is the basically the editing ID. So we just come here and I say, oh wait, comma editing ID. So editing ID can be undefined. So that means we can just say we are sending only if there is an editing ID. So here we're just going to say if if editing ID. Then we can just do this. It is just going to toast error. You need to create the invoice first. Actually, that means that even in the in this handle send, so if you just go here, so this the send, we should just make sure that we also have the editing. So if there is no edit mode and editing ID, then and okay, so that can only show up when there is editing ID. Okay, I think that's it. Seems like we still have somewhere an error. Let me just click on problems, send. Which one were we editing? I'm just going to say here editing ID. Oh, seems we have actually two components. Can you imagine? Oh, there is one that is there is this, and then there is this. Which components are these? I just want to we just delete this. Okay. For customers. Okay, so that this comes from only one place. boolean, and by default is false. Okay, so if you just go back on this, it seems we are good. Now we just wanted to update when someone signs up. So you just go to Stripe checkout here. On the payment form, so you can see you create the payment intent. Okay, we get the secret, and now when you click on confirm, so let's go here. So this takes us to this page. Okay, so this you can now pay. Now on the confirm, when you click the confirm and checkout, you can see here this submit. And the submit. So on the submit, it will just go ahead and create confirm. And when that one happens, we're just going to have a webhook file. So let's just go to the API webhook. Okay, more especially, there are some webhooks that needs to be updated just in case. More so this one. So when your payment succeeded, we create, you can see that we just go ahead and create a payment. Then we are creating a subscription. Okay, so at this point we should just be able to update. So if you just go to the schema, you can update plan limit. I'm not sure if you can just like create or update. So let's go ahead and create this with a plan. Okay. Actually, for this one, we need to put maximum we need to pass in two things here. I'm just going to simply create the plan here. So let me just go back where we create this. I will also await db dot plan limit dot create that we're just going to say plan so whichever plan this person has paid, I don't know if we can access the plan here. It's getting this plan from here. So we have a plan somewhere here. So you can just say plan to plan, just like this. Okay. So I will just go ahead and check out. Okay, just go ahead here and let's they just put 42 42 42 42 42 42 42. Okay. So you can just add the email and the phone number, and let's go ahead and pay. Okay, so for this success, I'm just going to create your first invoice. We should just send it to the invoices. So let me just go to the payment success, check out success. We just going to say create your first invoice. So this route to dashboard, invoices. Just click. Okay, so it is still bringing this if we inspect. There is invite data slot on this React fragment. That is where we can only have a key and a children props. Must have messed up somewhere. So still, if you check on the data here, you can see that the plan is still free. Okay, the subscription data has a plan free. Stripe subscription. I'm not sure. I'm not sure why this is happening. Okay, but we have a problem on this invoice listing. Must have messed up something. Dashboard, invoices, page, this thing here on the this banner I've just added. Seems like it is not right. I'm just going to say here. Fix. You can fix my page. And just see if it can just fix that problem for the suspense. You see that function name mismatch. Export default courses to invoice page to match the purpose. Then promise better error handling, and then remove this. It seems like it did not really change anything much here. Anyways, I think for the purposes of the payments, I will have to handle that to fix that, because we still have these some issues here. Okay, if someone upgrades the plan, so if you just go back to the billing, so you can see that billing is still saying the free plan and this person paid. So something is not right that I have to fix. Okay, but so far I'm just so tired right now. I'm just going to leave it at that, and we resume from there.